My husband cheated with our neighbor, so I sold the house right from under both of them. I'm a 36-year-old interior designer, married to my husband Dean for 8 years. We live in one of those quiet cul-de-sacs where everyone waves at you but talks about you the second you turn around. The kind of neighborhood where people smile to your face at block parties and then text each other about your business later that night. Dean and I bought our house 3 years ago. It was a fixer-upper that we renovated ourselves. Well, I designed every inch of it, and he helped with the manual labor on weekends. He loved showing it off at neighborhood barbecues, always telling people how we built this together and walking them through what used to be here or there. I put my heart into that house. Every paint color, every fixture, every piece of furniture was chosen carefully. It was supposed to be our forever home. Our next-door neighbor, Carla, moved in about a year ago after her divorce. She seemed nice enough at first. We'd wave, make small talk about the weather or her kids. Then Dean started helping her with things around her house. A leaky faucet here, a stuck window there. I thought he was just being a good neighbor. I didn't think much of it. But then it became a pattern. He'd mention he was going over to help her with something and be gone for 3 hours. He started taking phone calls outside or in the garage. When I'd ask who called, he'd say it was work or his buddy from college. Little things that didn't quite add up, but weren't obvious enough to call out without sounding paranoid or controlling. One afternoon, I was looking for my phone charger because mine had finally died. I remembered Dean had the same kind in his car, so I went out to grab it. I opened the glove compartment, and there it was. A small velvet jewelry box, the kind that holds a necklace. My heart actually jumped. I thought it was for me. Maybe an anniversary gift he was planning, or just a surprise, because that's the kind of thing he used to do early in our marriage. I closed the box without opening it fully and put it back. I didn't want to ruin the surprise. All evening I kept waiting. I thought maybe he'd give it to me after dinner, or before bed. I even put on a nicer outfit and did my makeup just in case. But he didn't say anything. He just sat on the couch scrolling through his phone and then went to bed. The next morning, I was getting the mail when I saw Carla at her mailbox. She waved at me, and that's when I noticed it. A delicate gold necklace with a small pendant, the exact same one from the box in Dean's car. I'd seen it clearly enough the day before to recognize it instantly. I stood there holding our mail, staring at her neck, feeling like the ground was tilting under me. She said something about the weather being nice, and I have no idea what I said back. I just walked inside, closed the door, and sat on the stairs trying to process what I'd just seen. My hands were shaking. I kept telling myself maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was a different necklace. Maybe there was an explanation. But I knew. You know when you know. All those late nights, all those phone calls taken outside, all those hours spent fixing things at her house. It all clicked into place like a puzzle I'd been trying to ignore. I waited until that evening when he got home from work. I didn't even let him get comfortable. I asked him directly if there was something going on with Carla. And here's the thing that still gets me. He didn't even try to deny it. He just looked tired and said he didn't want me to find out like this. He said he'd fallen in love with her, that staying married to me felt like living a lie, that it was too painful to keep pretending. He told me he'd been seeing her for 5 months. 5 months. He said they connected over her divorce, that she understood him in ways I didn't, that he felt needed over there. And then he said he was planning to move in with her when the timing felt right, like I was just supposed to accept this and quietly step aside. I sat there, listening to him talk, and something in me went very still and very cold. I stayed calm during that whole conversation. I didn't cry, didn't yell, didn't throw anything. I just nodded and told him I needed time to process everything. He actually looked relieved, like he'd been expecting me to lose it, and was grateful I was being so reasonable about the whole thing. What he didn't know What he'd apparently forgotten was that the house was only in my name. When we bought it 3 years ago, his credit was completely shot from some failed business venture he'd done in his 20s. He couldn't qualify for a mortgage to save his life. So I bought it. Just me. My name, my credit, my down payment from money I'd saved from design jobs. He contributed to the renovation costs and helped with the physical work. But legally, he had no claim to the property. We always talked about it like it was ours, so I think he genuinely forgot that detail. Or maybe he just assumed I'd added him to the deed at some point. I hadn't. That night, after he went to bed, I sat in the kitchen looking at our house with completely different eyes. Every corner I'd agonized over, every detail I'd perfected. It was all mine. And I wasn't about to let him walk away with half of it just because he decided he loved someone else. The next morning, I took a personal day from work and called a realtor I'd worked with on client projects. I explained the situation, that I needed to sell quickly and quietly. She understood immediately. We listed it as a private sale, no public listings where Dean might accidentally see it. Within a week, I had 3 offers. I accepted a cash offer from an out-of-state buyer who wanted to close as fast as possible. They were relocating for work and didn't even want to negotiate. The whole thing moved faster than I expected. Over the next 3 weeks, I played the part perfectly. I told Dean I was processing things, that I needed space but we could talk when I was ready. He seemed content with that. He kept going to work, kept sneaking next door to see Carla, kept living like everything would work itself out in his favor eventually. Meanwhile, I was systematically planning my exit. I started packing in small ways he wouldn't notice. I told him I was doing some spring cleaning, donating things we didn't need anymore. I packed up my design portfolio, my important documents, family photos, jewelry, anything with sentimental value. I'd bring boxes to my car in the morning after he left for work. He barely paid attention to what was happening around him anyway. He was too busy texting Carla or taking calls outside. I found a small apartment downtown, 1 bedroom, cozy, with good light. I'd never lived alone before. I went from my parents' house to college to living with Dean. The idea of a space that was entirely mine felt like breathing for the first time in months. I signed the lease and arranged for movers to come on a Friday morning when Dean would be at work. That Thursday night, I barely slept. I kept going over the plan in my head, making sure I hadn't forgotten anything. Dean slept fine next to me. He had no idea what was coming. Friday morning, he left for work at his usual time. I'd told him I had client meetings all day so I wouldn't be home. He kissed me on the forehead on his way out the door like nothing was wrong, like he wasn't actively planning a future with someone else. The movers showed up at 10. I'd made a detailed list of everything that was mine. The couch I'd bought, the dining table, the artwork on the walls, my clothes, kitchen items I'd accumulated over the years. I left his stuff. His recliner that I'd always hated, his tools in the garage, his clothes in the closet. He could have those. But everything else came with me. By 2 in the afternoon, the house was mostly empty. The movers loaded the last box into the truck, and I walked through one final time. It felt strange seeing it so bare. All those hours I'd spent making it perfect, and now it was just empty rooms and echoes. I put a note on the kitchen counter, locked the door behind me, and drove to the real estate office to sign the final paperwork. Then I went to my new apartment and started unpacking my life. Dean got home around 5:30 that evening. I wasn't there to see it, but I heard about it later from another neighbor who couldn't wait to fill me in. Apparently, he pulled into the driveway and just sat in his car for a full minute staring at the sold sign on the lawn. Carla was on her porch watching the whole thing. She looked horrified, according to my neighbor. He went inside, and that's when he found my note on the kitchen counter. I'd kept it simple. The house sold. Closing is in 2 weeks. You need to find somewhere else to stay. Locks change Monday. I didn't explain, didn't apologize, didn't leave a forwarding address. My phone started ringing almost immediately. I was at my new apartment unpacking boxes when the calls started coming through. I let every single one go to voicemail. The first few messages were confused. He was asking what was happening, why I didn't tell him, where was I? Then they got angry. He said I had no right to sell the house without discussing it with him, that it was his home too, that I was being vindictive and cruel. The last message that night was different. His voice was quieter, almost pleading. He said we could work this out, that he made a mistake, that I was overreacting. I blocked his number after that. What I found out later, through the neighborhood grapevine, was that Carla told him he couldn't move in with her. Apparently, when he showed up at her door that night expecting to stay there, she panicked. She said she wasn't ready for that step, that her ex had the kids on weekends and it would be too complicated. Basically, she was fine with the affair when it was sneaking around and feeling exciting, but the reality of him actually living with her was a different story. So Dean ended up staying with his brother for a while. Then I heard he got an apartment somewhere on the other side of town. I didn't ask for details and I didn't care to know. I changed my number, blocked him on all social media, blocked his email. Some of our mutual friends reached out. A few were supportive, saying they'd suspected something was off and they were glad I got out. Others thought I was cold. One of his friends actually told me I should have just filed for divorce like a normal person instead of blindsiding him. I stopped responding to those messages too. The closing happened 2 weeks later, exactly as planned. The buyers were easy to work with and everything went smoothly. I used some of the money to furnish my new apartment, put the rest in savings. It felt good having that financial cushion, knowing I was completely independent. My new place is small, but it's all mine. I've been slowly decorating it, choosing things I actually like instead of compromising on every decision. No one's here to question my choices or tell me a different color would look better. It's quiet and peaceful, and I can actually breathe. About a month after everything happened, Dean somehow got my new number. I'm pretty sure one of our mutual friends gave it to him. He left a voicemail saying I ruined his life over one mistake, that I was vindictive and heartless, that I could have handled it like an adult instead of pulling this stunt. He said he lost everything because of me. I listened to it once and then deleted it. He didn't lose everything because of me. He lost everything because he chose to cheat on his wife and forgot that the house he was living in didn't legally belong to him. I didn't ruin his life. I just stopped letting him ruin mine. I heard through the grapevine last week that Carla broke things off with him. Apparently, the reality of dating someone who was newly separated and bitter wasn't as appealing as the fantasy of the affair. I'm not going to pretend that didn't feel like a small piece of justice. As for me, I'm working on new design projects. I'm sleeping better than I have in years, and I'm decorating my apartment exactly how I want it. I'm not angry anymore. I'm not sad. I'm just done. Some people think what I did was cruel. Others think it was brilliant. Honestly, I'm still figuring out how I feel about it myself. But I do know one thing. I'm finally free. It started with a fake anniversary party and ended with my entire family turning on me. I'm a 38-year-old woman, an accountant. My husband Mark and I have been married for 10 years. We live in the suburbs, nothing fancy, but we've built what I thought was a solid life together. His family, though? That's always been complicated. His mother never warmed to me. From day one, she made these little comments about how I stole her son, or how Mark could have done better. I tried anyway. I hosted every holiday, remembered every birthday, even did his brother's taxes for free when he was going through his divorce. I thought maybe eventually they'd come around. About 2 months before all this happened, Mark started acting different. He was staying late at work 3 or 4 times a week. He put a password on his phone when he'd never had one before. Suddenly he was buying new clothes and going to the gym every morning. I noticed, but I didn't want to be that wife, you know? The paranoid one, who accuses her husband of cheating based on nothing. I did confront him once. I asked him directly if something was going on. He got defensive immediately, said I was being paranoid, and that work was just stressful. They were working on some big project, and he needed to put in extra hours. I felt stupid for even asking. Mark's never been the type to cheat. We've been together a decade, so I talked myself out of it and tried to ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut. Then, one Friday, I got an email from my mother-in-law. The subject line said, "Surprise," and when I opened it, she'd written that they were throwing a surprise 10-year anniversary party for Mark and me. She said Mark didn't know anything about it, and they needed my help planning. I stared at that email for a good 5 minutes. My mother-in-law, who barely tolerated me, wanted to throw us a party? I thought maybe this was it. Maybe after all these years they were finally accepting me into the family. The next 2 weeks, I coordinated everything with her. We picked the menu, chose decorations, and I even made this whole photo slideshow of our relationship. Pictures from our wedding, our honeymoon, vacations we'd taken, all of it set to music. She insisted on keeping everything quiet and said she'd handle the guest list herself. I thought it was a little weird that she didn't want me inviting any of my own friends or family, but she said it was because Mark's side was so big and the venue could only hold so many people. I went along with it. The party was on a Saturday evening at his parents' house. I got there early to help set up. There were about 30 people there, mostly Mark's extended family and some people I didn't recognize. I figured they were his cousins or work friends. Everyone was drinking and chatting, and my mother-in-law kept checking her phone and smiling. I thought she was just excited. We waited for Mark to arrive. The slideshow was queued up on their TV. The decorations looked nice. I was actually feeling good about the whole thing, like maybe this would be a turning point for me and his family. Then Mark walked through the front door. He wasn't alone. There was a woman with him, mid-20s, pretty, looking absolutely terrified. For a second, I thought maybe she was a coworker who'd given him a ride or something. Then my mother-in-law started clapping. She said, "Well, I guess the secret's out." And the room erupted in this awkward laughter. I just stood there. Mark looked at me, then at his mother, then back at me. He started stammering something about how he'd been seeing this woman, Jessica, he called her, for 8 months. 8 months. His family had known for months. My mother-in-law stepped forward and explained, like she was doing me some kind of favor, that the party wasn't actually to celebrate our anniversary. It was to clear the air, because they couldn't keep lying for him anymore. She said they thought it would be easier to rip off the Band-Aid with everyone there, so we could all move forward together. I looked around the room. Mark's brother was smirking. His sister was nodding like this made perfect sense. Jessica looked like she wanted to die. And behind me, on the TV, my slideshow was still playing. Our wedding photos. Our life together. All of it on display while 30 people watched me realize I'd been set up. Mark tried to approach me. He actually said, "Can we talk about this privately?" Like there was anything left to say. Like I was supposed to just accept this because his family had decided it was time. I picked up my purse and walked out. I heard his mother calling after me, telling me not to be dramatic. I got in my car and drove home on autopilot. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. When I got back to our empty house, Mark was probably still there explaining things to Jessica. I didn't cry. I sat down at the kitchen table, opened my laptop, and started thinking. I need to back up and explain what happened at that party in more detail, because the full scope of it didn't hit me until I was sitting alone in our kitchen that night. When my mother-in-law clapped and made that announcement, Mark actually tried to explain himself in front of everyone. He said he'd been unhappy for a while but didn't know how to tell me. That he'd met Jessica at work and they'd connected. He said it like he was confessing to eating the last cookie, not destroying our marriage. His family just stood there, nodding along like this was all very reasonable. Jessica looked horrified. I don't think she knew about the ambush either. She kept trying to back toward the door, but Mark's sister physically blocked her path and said something like, "Oh, don't leave. We're all family here." The whole thing was insane. Mark's brother made some joke about finally being able to talk freely. Said he'd hated sneaking around and lying to me at family dinners. His sister chimed in with this whole speech about how these things happen and people grow apart, and at least now we could all move forward honestly. She actually used the word brave to describe what Mark was doing. I was still standing there with my slideshow playing behind me. Our wedding, the trip to Hawaii, last Christmas. All these moments from our life together playing on a loop while his family congratulated him for cheating on me. That's when it really sank in. This wasn't spontaneous. They'd planned this. Every single person in that room had known for months and helped him hide it. And they genuinely thought publicly humiliating me was somehow the kind, honest way to handle the situation. Mark kept trying to approach me. He reached for my arm and I pulled away. He said we needed to talk privately, that this wasn't how he wanted me to find out. I almost laughed. He wanted me to find out differently? Like there was a good way to discover your husband's been cheating and your in-laws threw a party to celebrate it. His mother said something about how they couldn't keep living a lie, that it was eating them up inside having to pretend around me. She made it sound like I was the problem, like my existence was such a burden that they had to stage an intervention. I didn't say anything, not one word. I just picked up my purse and walked to the door. My mother-in-law called after me. "Don't be dramatic about this. We're trying to help." I heard Mark say my name, but I kept walking. Got to my car, got in, locked the doors. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The drive home was a blur. I kept thinking about how much effort went into this. The emails with his mother, picking out decorations, making that stupid slideshow. They let me plan my own humiliation. They watched me excitedly arrange the details of the worst night of my life, and none of them said a word. When I got home, the house was empty. Mark was probably still at his parents' house with Jessica, explaining to her that this wasn't what he'd planned either. I sat at the kitchen table for hours. I didn't cry. I thought I would, but I just felt cold. Numb. Like someone had reached into my chest and flipped a switch. Around midnight, Mark's texts started coming through. He said he was staying at his parents' house tonight to give me space. He said we'd talk in the morning. He said he never meant to hurt me. Standard cheater stuff. I opened my laptop. See, here's the thing they didn't know about me. I handle all our finances. Everything. Mark hasn't logged into our bank accounts in years. He has no idea what our passwords are, what we have where, how anything works. He just uses his debit card and assumes money is in there because I'm an accountant and that's my job. I started making a list. Joint checking, joint savings, the credit cards in both our names, our investment accounts. I wrote down every single account we shared and exactly how much access Mark would lose if I froze them. Then I thought about Jessica. Mid-20s, Mark said. Junior analyst. We work at the same firm. Mark's a senior analyst. I pulled up our company handbook on my phone and went straight to the ethics section. There it was. Workplace relationships must be disclosed to HR, especially when there's any potential reporting relationship or power dynamic. Failure to disclose can result in termination. I sat there, staring at that paragraph until the words blurred. They'd planned this whole thing to humiliate me, to force me to accept his affair in front of an audience. They thought I'd just take it because I was nice, because I'd spent 10 years trying to make them like me. I closed my laptop. Tomorrow was Sunday. Monday, I'd go to work like normal, and we'd see who really had the power here. Sunday morning, I woke up at 6. Didn't sleep much, but I felt clear-headed. I made coffee, opened my laptop, and logged into every joint account we had. Checking, savings, both credit cards, our investment accounts. One by one, I froze them all. Changed the passwords. Set up alerts so I'd know if anyone tried to access them. The whole process took maybe 20 minutes. Mark didn't even know it happened until later that day when he tried to buy lunch and his card declined. He called me screaming, asking what I'd done. I told him he could stay at his parents', since they were all so close now, and hung up. He called back 6 times. I didn't answer. Monday morning, I went to work like nothing had happened. Got to my desk, made more coffee, checked my emails. Then I opened a new message to HR. Kept it simple and factual. There was an undisclosed workplace relationship between Mark Harrison, senior analyst, and Jessica Chen, junior analyst. They'd been seeing each other for approximately 8 months without reporting it to the company. Potential conflict of interest given their positions in the same department. I attached the relevant section of the employee handbook and hit send. I didn't hear anything back that day. Or Tuesday. I started wondering if they'd even take it seriously. But Wednesday afternoon, Mark got called into HR. I knew because I saw him walk past my office with that pale, sick look people get when they know they're in trouble. He was in there for over an hour. Thursday, he didn't come to work. Neither did Jessica. Friday morning, I got an email from HR thanking me for bringing the matter to their attention and confirming that appropriate action had been taken. That's corporate speak for they fired him. Mark had been at that company for 12 years. Didn't matter. They have a strict policy about undisclosed relationships, especially when there's any kind of power dynamic involved. He knew the rules. He just didn't think anyone would report him. His mother called me Friday evening. I was at home, eating takeout and watching TV. She was screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. I caught words like ruined, vindictive, his whole career, and this is why we never liked you. When she finally ran out of steam, I said very calmly that she'd wanted honesty and to clear the air. So now everyone knew the truth. His employer, our friends, everyone. Then I hung up. The texts from Mark started flooding in after that. He was panicking. No job. No access to money, living back in his childhood bedroom at his parents' house. He said I'd taken things too far, that I'd destroyed his life over a mistake, that he'd made a bad choice but I was being cruel. He sent 47 messages that weekend. I read every single one and didn't reply to any of them. 2 weeks later, I'm still in the house. I've hired a divorce lawyer. Mark's still at his parents' place. None of his family has reached out except to send angry messages about how I'm a vindictive psycho who couldn't just handle things like an adult. The irony of that statement isn't lost on me. I go to work, come home, repeat. I haven't cried yet. Sometimes I think I should feel worse about what I did. When I'm lying in bed at night, I replay the whole thing. Freezing the accounts wasn't a heat-of-the-moment decision. Neither was the HR complaint. I thought about both of them, planned them, executed them knowing exactly what would happen. Jessica probably lost her job too, and she didn't even know about that ambush party. She looked as horrified as I felt when Mark walked in with her. But she still slept with a married man for 8 months, so my sympathy only goes so far. Part of me feels completely justified. They humiliated me in front of 30 people. They conspired for months. They let me plan the party where they'd destroy my marriage and thought I'd just accept it because what else could I do? They underestimated me. But there's another part of me. the part that keeps me up at night, that wonders if I've become exactly what they always said I was: cold, calculating. The woman who stole their son and then destroyed him when he tried to leave. Mark lost his career. His family will never forgive me. I took a wrecking ball to his entire life in less than a week. So that's where I am now, sitting in our house that's about to become just my house, wondering if I'm the hero of this story or the villain. Maybe I'm both. Maybe that's what happens when you back someone into a corner and forget they know where all the important passwords are. Catching my husband's late-night gym sessions turned into the sweetest revenge I've ever planned. I'm a 33-year-old wife dealing with what I thought was my husband Mark's, 35, sudden fitness obsession. We've been married for 8 years, and honestly, things were good. Or at least I thought they were. Mark had always been into fitness, hitting the gym a few times a week after work, but it was never obsessive. Then about 4 months ago, something shifted. He started going to the gym late at night, like 9 or 10 p.m., which seemed weird, but he said the gym was less crowded then, and he could focus better. At first, I didn't think much of it. He'd been talking about wanting to get back in shape, lose the weight he'd gained during COVID. Seemed reasonable enough. But then little things started adding up that didn't quite make sense. The first red flag was the perfume. He came home one night and his hoodie reeked of women's perfume. Not like a faint smell you'd get from passing someone, but strong, like someone had been pressed up against him. When I asked about it, he laughed it off and said some woman at the gym must have sprayed too much before her workout. I wanted to believe him, so I did. Then this woman named Ashley followed him on Instagram. I noticed because Instagram sent a notification to our iPad that Ashley Rodriguez started following Mark. I clicked on her profile and saw she was tagged at the same gym Mark goes to. She was pretty, around 28, posted a lot of gym selfies. I felt stupid for even checking, but something felt off. The showering thing was what really got me, though. Mark started showering before coming home from the gym. He'd always showered at home after workouts his entire life, said he hated gym showers. When I asked why the change, he said he couldn't stand being sweaty in the car anymore. But he'd never cared before. He'd come home drenched in sweat plenty of times and it was never an issue. His phone was always face down now too. On the counter, on the couch, on the nightstand. Always face down. And he'd started mentioning this gym buddy more and more. Talking about how they spotted each other, how they had similar fitness goals. The gym buddy's name never came up though, which seemed odd. This went on for a few weeks. I kept pushing down this feeling in my gut that something was wrong, telling myself I was being paranoid and insecure. Then came the Tuesday night that changed everything. Mark left at 9 p.m. for his session. I was on the couch watching TV, and this wave of anxiety hit me out of nowhere. I grabbed my phone and opened Find My Friends. We'd been sharing our locations for years, just a safety thing we'd always done. I pulled up his location, and my heart sank into my stomach. He wasn't at the gym. He was parked outside an apartment complex across town, somewhere I'd never heard him mention before. I watched the little dot just sitting there for over 2 hours. My hands were shaking. I kept refreshing the app, thinking it had to be a mistake. But no, he was definitely there. I thought about calling him, confronting him right then. But something stopped me. Some instinct told me to wait. He came home just after midnight, walked in, kissed me on the forehead, asked what I was watching, told me the gym was packed tonight and he had to wait for equipment. He was so calm, so normal, like he hadn't just spent 2 hours parked outside some random apartment building. That's when I knew. When someone can lie that smoothly to your face, they've had practice. I barely slept that night. just lay there next to him, listening to him breathe, wondering who he'd been with. Morning came and he got ready for work like nothing had happened. Kissed me goodbye, told me he loved me, said he'd probably hit the gym again that evening. I had a choice to make. I could check his location again, or I could confront him based on what I'd seen. But if I was wrong somehow, I'd look crazy and paranoid. And if I was right, I needed more than one night of suspicious location data. So I decided to wait and watch. That night, when he left for the gym, I checked his location again. Same apartment complex, same parking spot, 2.5 hours. That sick, heavy feeling settled into my chest and didn't leave. My husband was cheating on me, and I wasn't going to confront him yet. I was going to find out everything first. The next 2 months were probably the most exhausting of my life, and not because of the emotional pain, but because I became a completely different person. I turned into someone meticulous and calculating. Every time Mark left for his gym sessions, I'd screenshot his location. I built a pattern. 3 nights a week, every week, same apartment complex, 2 to 3 hours each time, like clockwork. I kept acting normal around him. We'd have dinner together, watch TV, talk about our days. He had no idea I knew anything. The hardest part was pretending everything was fine when he'd kiss me or tell me he loved me. I'd just smile and say it back, all while my phone had a folder full of screenshots showing exactly where he'd been. Then came the smartwatch incident. One morning, Mark left his Apple Watch charging on the kitchen counter while he showered. I was making coffee when a notification popped up on the screen. A message preview from someone saved as Ash, heart, in his contacts. The preview said, "Last night was amazing. Can't wait for Thursday." My hand was shaking so hard I almost dropped my coffee mug. I grabbed my phone and took photos of the watch screen. Then I just stood there, waiting to see if more messages would come through. Over the next week, I made it a routine. Every morning when he showered, I'd photograph his watch notifications. Found messages talking about how he was going to leave me eventually, how she felt guilty but couldn't help her feelings. Plans they were making for weekends when I thought he was on work trips. But I wanted more. I needed to know exactly who this Ashley was and what she knew about me. So I did something I never thought I'd do. I created a fake Instagram profile. Just some generic fitness content stolen from other accounts. Made it look like a normal 30-something woman interested in health and wellness. I found Ashley through Mark's followers. Her profile was public, which made everything easier. She was 28, worked at some marketing firm downtown, posted gym selfies at the same gym Mark goes to. Pretty, fit, young. I sent her a follow request and a casual DM, asking about her workout routine. Said I was looking for advice. She accepted within an hour and actually responded. She was friendly, chatty, had no clue who I actually was. Over the next few weeks, we had scattered conversations. She mentioned she was seeing someone, but that it was complicated. She'd post Instagram stories at restaurants I recognized, places Mark had told me he was working late. One story showed a man's hand holding hers across a dinner table. I recognized Mark's watch immediately, the same one I'd been photographing every morning. The most gut-wrenching part was when she opened up about her relationship. Told my fake profile that he was married but planning to leave his wife, that he just needed to wait for the right time. Said she knew it was wrong, but she'd never felt this way about anyone. I screenshotted everything, saved every story, every message, every post. After 2 months, I had enough evidence to bury him in divorce court 10 times over. I could have quietly filed for divorce, taken the high road, walked away with my dignity intact. Some of my friends would have said that was the mature thing to do. But every time I thought about doing that, I'd remember all the nights he looked me in the eyes and lied. All the times he told me he loved me while planning a future with someone else. Mark's birthday was coming up in 3 weeks, and that's when the idea hit me. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. I'd give him a party he'd never forget. I booked a small event space at a local restaurant, told Mark I was planning a low-key family dinner for his birthday. He seemed touched, said I didn't have to do anything special. Meanwhile, I was inviting everyone. His parents, our friends, his co-workers, even some of Ashley's friends that I'd found through her public Instagram profile. I created a slideshow on my laptop, first half filled with real photos from our marriage, all our happy memories. The second half was every piece of evidence I'd collected. Screenshots, location data, photos, messages. The hardest part was acting normal around him for those 3 weeks, pretending to be excited about his birthday, asking what kind of cake he wanted, watching him smile and hug me while knowing what was coming. He suspected absolutely nothing, even told me how lucky he was to have me. The day of the party arrived. Everything was set up perfectly. Mark walked into the restaurant, and his face lit up when he saw everyone there. He was genuinely surprised and happy. Everyone was drinking, laughing, having a good time. His mom hugged me and thanked me for putting it all together. After we sang Happy Birthday and he blew out the candles, I stood up and announced I'd made a special slideshow. People gathered around as I connected my laptop to the projector. The lights dimmed, and the slideshow started playing on the big screen. First photos were from our wedding day, then vacations we'd taken, holidays with family. People were making those "aw" sounds. Mark had his arm around me and squeezed my shoulder. His mom was smiling at us. Everything felt almost normal for those first few minutes. Then the transition happened. The first screenshot popped up on the screen. His location pin at that apartment complex with the date and timestamp. I heard a few confused murmurs from the crowd. Next slide was a message from Ash Hart on his smartwatch. Mark's entire body went rigid next to me. He tried to stand up, started to say something, but I just kept the slideshow playing. More screenshots cycled through. Photos of them at restaurants with their hands across the table. Her Instagram stories. Messages about how he was going to leave his wife soon. How they were planning a future together. Text after text saying he loved her, that he just needed more time. His mother let out this horrible gasp. His dad's face went completely red. The final slide was simple. Just text on a black background that said, "Happy birthday, Mark. Thanks for 8 years of marriage and 4 months of lies." The silence in that room was deafening. Mark stood up so fast his chair fell backward. He was stumbling over his words, trying to explain, looking between me and his parents like he didn't know who to address first. His dad stood up without saying a single word and walked straight out of the restaurant. His mom started crying, asking him how could he do this? How could he lie to everyone? Some of our friends came over to hug me. Others grabbed their coats and left as quickly as possible, probably not wanting to be part of the drama. Mark grabbed his jacket and left without taking any of his birthday gifts. The whole party cleared out in about 20 minutes. I stayed and had a drink with my 2 closest friends who'd stuck around. They kept asking if I was okay, and honestly, I felt numb. Not sad, not angry, just empty. He texted me around midnight, just said, "We need to talk." I replied with, "My lawyer will be in touch," and blocked his number. I'd already changed the locks that afternoon before the party, had a locksmith come while Mark was at work. He showed up the next morning to get clothes and had to text my friend to ask me to let him in. I was already at a lawyer's office by then, filing for divorce. My lawyer practically smiled when she saw all my documentation. His parents both called me separately over the next few days. His dad apologized for Mark's behavior, said he didn't raise him to be that kind of man. His mom cried on the phone and told me she was on my side, that she was ashamed of her son. That part honestly surprised me. I expected them to defend him or at least stay neutral, but they wanted nothing to do with what he'd done. Mark moved in with a friend from work. I found out later through mutual friends that Ashley actually dumped him once she realized he was really getting divorced. Guess the fantasy of being with a married man was more appealing than the reality of being with a cheater who'd just blown up his entire life. The divorce proceedings started, and he barely contested anything. Didn't fight me on the house, the car, any of it. I think he knew he had no ground to stand on. I kept the house. It was bought mostly with money from my inheritance anyway, so that made it easier. His mom still texts me every few weeks to check in, asked how I'm doing. She sent me flowers last week for no reason. Just said she was thinking of me. It's been 6 months since the party now. Some of our mutual friends think I went too far with the public humiliation thing. They say I could have just divorced him quietly and not destroyed his reputation like that. Others have told me he deserved worse than what he got. His reputation at work apparently took a major hit because word spread fast in his office. I heard he's been looking for jobs in other cities. I sleep fine at night, mostly. Some days I feel completely justified in what I did. He lied to my face for months, planned a whole future with someone else while pretending our marriage was fine. Other days I wonder if I went too far, if exposing him like that in front of everyone made me just as bad as him. I guess I'm still figuring out how I feel about all of it. Catching my fiancé's wedding planner meetings led to a revenge that ruined his perfect image forever. I'm a 32-year-old event coordinator, and until 3 months ago, I thought I was marrying the perfect man. His name was Adam, 34, a real estate agent who had this way of making everyone in a room feel like they were the most important person there. We'd been together for 3 years, engaged for 8 months, and I genuinely believed we were building something real. The wedding planning started about 6 months into our engagement. At first, we did it together, tasting cakes, looking at venues, the whole thing. But about 2 months in, Adam started insisting he'd handle more of the meetings. He said I was stressed from work, which wasn't wrong. I spend my entire day planning other people's events, so coming home to plan my own wedding felt exhausting. When he offered to take over the vendor meetings, I was honestly relieved. He started having these meetings twice a week, sometimes 3 times. He'd kiss me goodbye, say he was meeting with Michelle, our wedding planner, and come back with updates. The floral budget got adjusted. The reception timeline changed. Small stuff, but he always had details to share. I trusted him completely. This went on for weeks. I'd ask how the meetings went, and he'd give me these vague but believable answers. Michelle thought we should do orchids instead of roses. The caterer suggested a different appetizer option. Looking back, I can't believe I didn't question it sooner. 3 weeks before our engagement party, I ran into Michelle at a vendor showcase downtown. We'd worked together on other events before, so we chatted for a bit. She mentioned something about how glad she was that Adam had been handling everything through email. And then she said it. She hadn't seen him in person since our initial consultation back in January. I laughed it off in the moment, figured maybe she'd forgotten about a meeting or two, but the comment stuck with me. Adam had told me he'd met with her just 2 days before that conversation. I tried to brush it aside, told myself I was being paranoid. Then, 1 week later, Adam left for another planner meeting on a Thursday afternoon. I don't know what made me do it, but I decided to stop by Michelle's office with coffee as a surprise thank you. When I got there, her assistant told me she was at a venue walkthrough on the other side of town. My stomach dropped. I called Adam. He didn't pick up. We'd always shared our locations with each other. It was just something we did. No big deal. So I checked. He was at the Meridian Hotel downtown. I drove there. I don't even remember making the decision. I just started driving. When I got to the hotel, I parked where I could see the entrance and waited. For 20 minutes, I sat there feeling insane, telling myself there had to be an explanation. Then I saw him walk in. He wasn't alone. The woman with him was Vanessa, one of his clients. I'd met her 3 months earlier at an open house. Recently divorced, bought a condo through Adam. He had his hand on her lower back and they were both laughing. I took photos. My hands were shaking, but I got clear shots of them entering together, timestamps visible on my phone. Then I just sat there for an hour, completely numb. He came out alone eventually, checked his watch like he was running late, and got in his car. I drove home. I got there before he did and sat on the couch, staring at nothing. When Adam walked in 30 minutes later, he was in a great mood. I asked him how the meeting went. He smiled and said it was great, that Michelle thought we should switch to orchids instead of roses. The same excuse he'd used before. I didn't say anything. I just nodded and told him that sounded nice. That night, lying next to him in bed, listening to him breathe, I made my decision. I wasn't just going to leave him. I was going to destroy the perfect image he'd built while using our wedding as his cover story. The engagement party was scheduled for 2 weeks out. Adam had been planning it for months. His idea, not mine. He wanted to celebrate properly with everyone who mattered. His business partner, colleagues, clients, both our families, friends. 80 people total at some upscale venue he'd secured through his connections. He'd been bragging about it for weeks, treating it like this perfect blend of networking opportunity and romantic celebration. I'm an event coordinator. I know exactly how to make a moment unforgettable. So I got to work. Over the next week, I followed him to 2 more hotel meetings. Same place, same woman. I documented everything. Photos, timestamps, his calendar claims versus reality. I even checked with Michelle directly, confirmed Adam hadn't actually met with her in months. I found hotel receipts in his car, charges for flowers that never made it home, dinners at restaurants we'd never been to together. Then I told Adam I wanted to make a slideshow for the engagement party. A wedding vision presentation. Something romantic to show everyone our journey and what was coming. He loved the idea, thought it was sweet. I spent 3 days working on 2 versions, the romantic decoy I showed him and the real one. The day before the party, I went to the venue early and coordinated with the AV team. Slipped them a USB drive, told them it was the presentation file. They had no reason to question it. I had moments where I doubted myself, lying in bed at night, wondering if I was taking this too far, if I should just pack my stuff and leave quietly. But then I'd remember his face when he lied to me, how he'd used our wedding, our future, as his cover story, how he introduced me to Vanessa, let me shake her hand, called her just a client. He'd built his entire reputation on being the perfect fiancé, the trustworthy guy everyone wanted to work with. If he was going to use our relationship as a prop, then he could face the consequences publicly. The day of the party arrived. I got ready, put on the dress he'd told me he loved. My family kept asking if I was okay. I'd been quiet all week. I blamed wedding stress. We arrived at the venue and Adam immediately started working the room, arm around my waist, introducing me to his colleagues. His business partner James made a toast about couple goals. Adam's mom pulled me aside and told me how lucky I was to have found him. I smiled through all of it. Waited. Dinner ended. The lights dimmed for the slideshow. Adam squeezed my hand and whispered that he loved me. The screen lit up with photos of us, vacations, date nights, the proposal, romantic music playing. I could see people smiling, a few tearing up. Adam's hand was warm in mine. Then the screen went black for 2 seconds. The next slide appeared. Adam's other wedding planning meetings. The photos came up one by one. Adam and Vanessa entering the Meridian Hotel. Date and timestamp visible. Another photo, different date, same location. Then another. All of them during his claimed planner meetings. The final slide was a screenshot of Michelle's actual calendar, showing 0 appointments with Adam for the past 3 months. The room went completely silent. Someone gasped. I felt Adam's hand go rigid in mine, watched the color drain from his face. He stood up fast, his chair scraping against the floor, reached toward where he thought the laptop was. But I'd already removed it. He said something, his voice too loud in the quiet room. I stood up calmly and said that these were his real wedding planning meetings, that I thought everyone should see the effort he'd been putting in. James stared at the screen, then at Adam. Vanessa's name was visible in one of the restaurant photos. I heard someone whisper about the Jameson listing, asking if that was his client. James walked out without saying a word. Adam's parents moved toward us, his mother's face twisted in shock. His father grabbed Adam's arm, told him they needed to talk outside. My parents looked stunned. My sister was immediately at my side. Adam tried to approach me, started to say something about explaining. My brother stepped between us and told him not to. I could hear Vanessa's name spreading through the crowd. Someone mentioned her ex-husband, another realtor in town. People were pulling out their phones. I walked out with my family, didn't look back. Behind me, I could hear Adam's voice getting louder, arguing with his father in the hallway. I got in my sister's car and finally broke down. All the composure I'd maintained for 2 weeks just collapsed. My sister drove me to her place without asking questions. I'd already moved most of my important stuff there over the past few days, so I didn't have to go back to the apartment. The next morning, I woke up to 47 missed calls from Adam. He showed up at my apartment by noon, but I wasn't there. My sister told him to leave. I'd already contacted a lawyer and made it clear. All communication goes through them. The wedding cancellation process started immediately. I lost thousands in deposits. I didn't care. Within a week, Adam's business partner James dissolved their partnership. I heard through mutual friends that James didn't even give him a chance to explain, just had the lawyers draw up the papers. They'd built that business together over 5 years, and it was done in days. Then Vanessa's ex-husband got involved. Turns out he works at a competing real estate firm, and he filed an ethics complaint with the State Real Estate Commission. His claim was that Adam had pursued his ex-wife during what should have been professional client interactions. The local real estate community is small, and word travels fast. Adam's reputation as the trustworthy, stand-up guy crumbled almost overnight. I also posted the video online. I'm not going to say exactly where, but I posted it. For good measure, I guess. Or maybe because some part of me wanted the humiliation to extend beyond that one room. The video went semi-viral in our community. I got messages from people I hadn't talked to in years. Some called me a hero. Others said I went too far, that I was cruel. 3 weeks have passed since the engagement party. I'm still staying at my sister's place. Adam sent one final email last week. He blamed me for destroying his life, said I could have just broken up with him privately like a normal person, that I'd taken everything from him over a mistake. I read it twice, and then didn't respond. I don't know what I felt reading it. Nothing, maybe. Or something I can't name yet. My mom called a few days ago, worried. She supports me, she made that clear, but she asked if I was okay. She said what I did was very public, and she's concerned about how I'm processing everything. I told her I was fine. I don't know if that's true. My friends are divided. Some think what I did was justified, even impressive in its execution. Others have been distant, uncomfortable with the method even if they understand the anger. There's been gossip at work, but my job is secure. I'm good at what I do, and my boss knows it. I haven't heard anything about Vanessa. I don't know if she and Adam are still seeing each other, or if that ended when everything exploded. I don't really care to know. Through the grapevine, I found out Adam moved to a different city. I don't know where. His mother sent me a text 2 weeks ago that just said I'd humiliated her son. I haven't replied. I don't plan to. I still have the engagement ring. Sometimes I catch myself wearing it without realizing I put it on. Then I take it off and put it back in the box. I don't know why I do this. Last night I was sitting alone in my sister's spare room, scrolling through old photos on my phone. Not the hotel photos, the older ones, from when things were good. Or when I thought they were good. I don't even know anymore if those moments were real or if I was just seeing what I wanted to see. People online have called me both a legend and a psycho. Someone commented that I used my professional event planning skills to orchestrate his downfall the same way I'd plan a perfect wedding. And honestly, they're not wrong. I knew exactly what I was doing. Every detail was intentional. I've been asking myself if the public humiliation was justice or just cruelty dressed up as something righteous. He didn't cheat quietly. He involved everyone in our lives with his perfect fiancé act, used our wedding as his alibi. So maybe involving everyone in the truth was fair, or maybe I'm just trying to justify what I did. Some people have told me I should have just left quietly, taken the high road. But I keep coming back to the same thought. He made our relationship public performance. So why shouldn't the ending be public too? I still don't know if I feel better or just different. Maybe that's the real answer I'm stuck with. Catching my wife's old friend from college in our bed made me craft a revenge plan she'll never forget. I'm a 40-year-old man who owns a small construction business in a quiet suburban neighborhood. My wife, Hannah, 38, works remotely doing marketing for some tech startup. We'd been married for 12 years at that point, living the kind of comfortable middle-class life where neighbors wave but don't really know your business. At least, that's what I thought. About 6 months before everything fell apart, Hannah mentioned that Ben had moved back to town. Old college friend, hadn't seen him in 15 years, the usual story. It started innocent enough with coffee meetings she'd bring up casually over dinner. Then coffee became lunch. Lunch became evening drinks for networking purposes. I noticed her phone habits changing around month 2. Face down on tables. Bathroom trips to send texts. Late-night calls she'd take in another room, speaking in that hushed voice people use when they don't want to be overheard. The weekend trip started around month 4. She needed to clear her head, had a big project that required focus without distractions. I noticed all of it, but I told myself I was being paranoid. We'd been together for over a decade. I trusted her. That trust was the biggest mistake I made. The day it all came crashing down was a Wednesday in late September. I had a commercial roofing job scheduled, but the client called around 11 a.m., saying they had to postpone due to some permit issue with the city. I figured I'd head home early, maybe surprise Hannah with lunch from that Thai place she likes. When I pulled into our street, her car was in the driveway. She usually worked from the coffee shop on Wednesdays, said our house was too quiet, and made her unproductive. There was an unfamiliar black sedan parked 2 houses down, but I didn't think much of it. New neighbors, visitors, whatever. I walked up to the house and heard laughter coming from upstairs. My first thought was that she was on a video call with her team. I headed up the stairs quietly, planning to grab something from my office without disturbing her work. The bedroom door was cracked open slightly. I saw them before my brain could process what I was seeing. Hannah and some guy, tangled up in the sheets we'd picked out together at Target 3 years ago. They were mid-laugh about something when I pushed the door open further. The sound made them both freeze. Her face went from relaxed to shock to pure panic in about 2 seconds. The guy, Ben, I assumed, started scrambling for his clothes on the floor. I just stood there. I don't know for how long. Felt like an hour, but was probably 30 seconds. I didn't yell. Didn't throw punches or flip furniture like they do in movies. I just stared at them. At her. At our bed. Then I turned around and left. Didn't slam the door. Didn't say a single word. Just walked out of the house, got in my truck, and drove. I ended up at my office parking lot, sitting in my truck for 2 hours, staring at nothing. When I finally looked at my phone, there were 47 missed calls from Hannah. The voicemails were all the same, begging me to come home, to talk, saying it wasn't what I thought, that she could explain. I deleted them without listening to most of them. That night I stayed at a motel off the highway, the kind with rust stains in the shower and a vending machine that only takes exact change. I lay on that stiff mattress staring at the water-stained ceiling, and something shifted in me. The crushing hurt that had been sitting on my chest since I walked out started changing into something different. Something colder and sharper. I wasn't thinking about her anymore, or them, or what I'd seen. I was thinking about what came next. The hurt was turning into focus, and for the first time in months, my head felt completely clear. I knew exactly what I needed to do. The next morning, I went home. Hannah was waiting in the living room, eyes bloodshot red, mascara streaked down her face. The second I walked through the door, she launched into this whole speech about how it was a mistake, a moment of weakness, how it meant nothing and we could work through this. I stood there, listening to her words like they were static from a radio station that wouldn't come in clear. None of it mattered anymore. But here's the thing. I realized in that moment that I couldn't just leave broken and destroyed while she got to keep living comfortably in our house, spending our money. So I told her I needed time to process everything. She grabbed onto those words like they were a lifeline, nodding frantically and saying she'd give me all the time I needed. I suggested couples counseling. She agreed immediately. I never actually scheduled any sessions. What I did do was start planning. The house was mine before we got married. My grandfather left me money for the down payment when he passed, and the mortgage was only in my name. We had a joint savings account with about $47,000 in it, but I'd deposited roughly 90% of that over the years from business profits. Hannah's income mostly went toward investing in her career, courses and conferences, and a wardrobe for client meetings. I met up with a lawyer friend over beers one night and asked some hypothetical questions about asset division. He told me what I needed to know. Legally, I had rights to that house and could make a solid argument that the savings were business funds. The first week, I moved back into the house but slept in the guest room. Played the wounded husband willing to try. Hannah tiptoed around me, crying at random moments, apologizing constantly. Week 2, I started transferring money from our joint account into my business account. Small amounts at first, 3,000 or 4,000 at a time. When she asked, I told her it was for tax preparation and equipment purchases. She didn't push back. Week 3, I contacted a realtor 3 towns over and listed the house. Priced it to sell fast, below market value, but not suspiciously low. Hannah thought we were healing during all this. I took her to dinner twice, sat through her tearful apologies, let her believe I was softening. Meanwhile, I was dismantling everything. The house sold in 18 days. Cash offer, 30-day closing. I rented a small 2-bedroom apartment near my office and didn't mention it to her. Started packing her things when she was out at coffee shops or supposedly working. My own stuff I moved gradually. Tools, important documents, clothes. A box here and there in my truck. She was so focused on rebuilding trust that she didn't notice our house was slowly emptying. Closing day came on a Thursday. Hannah left that morning for a client call at some cafe downtown, kissed me on the cheek like we were a normal couple again. The second her car turned the corner, I loaded the last of her belongings into my truck. I'd rented a storage unit in her name and paid the first month. Everything went in there. Furniture she'd brought into the marriage, her clothes, her desk setup, all of it. I changed the locks on the house before handing the keys over to the new owners. Left a single spare key taped to the front door with a note that said, "You can have the sheets. I've already washed them for you. Storage unit info inside. Your name's on the lease." That evening she came home to find the locks changed. My phone started ringing off the hook, but I didn't answer. She showed up at my office the next morning while I was meeting with a concrete supplier. Burst through the door with tears streaming down her face, demanding to know what I'd done and where everything went. My employees just stood there awkwardly. I stayed calm. Told her the house was mine and I'd sold it. The money was mine and I'd taken it. She wanted space to think, and now she had all the space in the world. She started yelling about how I couldn't do this, that it wasn't legal. I suggested she call Ben. Maybe he had a spare room available. Then I asked her to leave my office because I had work to do. She tried fighting it legally, but her lawyer told her the same thing mine had told me. The house was a premarital asset. The savings account was murky, but probably mine. She had no case. The fallout was immediate and messy. Hannah hired a lawyer who confirmed what mine had already told me. The house was mine before marriage, fully my asset. The savings account was joint, but since I could prove the deposits came from my business, it was legally defensible. She had no real case. Didn't stop her from trying, though. Our mutual friends picked sides fast. Some called me ruthless and cruel. Others said she got exactly what she deserved. Her parents called me screaming, then pleading, then threatening legal action they had no grounds for. I blocked most of the numbers and focused on work. What else was I supposed to do? Through the grapevine, I heard Hannah moved in with Ben. His apartment wasn't nearly as nice as our house had been. 2 months later, I heard things weren't going great between them. Apparently Ben wasn't as interested in something serious as Hannah thought he'd be. The affair was exciting, I guess. Actually living together and dealing with real life was different. I can't say I felt bad about it. I settled into my new apartment. Smaller than the house, obviously, but it was mine. Just mine. No shared history in the walls, no memories attached to every room. I was sleeping better than I had in years. Business picked up too. Took on 2 new commercial projects, hired another guy for my crew. Turned out I was more focused when I wasn't constantly wondering where my wife really was or who she was texting. But there were moments, occasional pangs of guilt that would hit at random times. Late at night mostly, when the apartment was quiet. Did I go too far? Was taking everything really necessary? Then I'd remember walking into that bedroom, seeing them together in sheets I'd helped pick out, and the guilt would fade. Last week I ran into Hannah at the grocery store. Pure chance. Wrong place, wrong time kind of thing. She looked tired. Older somehow, like the last few months had aged her 5 years. She tried to stop me in the produce section, started to say something, but I just kept walking. Grabbed my stuff and checked out without looking back. That night I couldn't stop thinking about it, though. About her face. About everything that happened. About who I'd become in the process of getting revenge. Some people have told me I did the right thing, that betrayal has consequences, and she needed to learn that. Others act like I'm some kind of monster who destroyed her life out of spite. Honestly, I don't know what I am anymore. There are nights when I feel completely justified, powerful even, like I took control back after she'd ripped it away from me. I sleep well those nights. Then there are other nights when I lie awake, wondering if I just became cruel. If I let what she did turn me into someone I don't recognize. She took my trust, my sense of safety in my own home, my marriage and 12 years of my life. I took her security, her comfort, her home, her money. We both destroyed something. I'm just not sure if what I destroyed was equal to what she destroyed, or if I went further. My business partner asked me the other day if I had any regrets. I didn't know how to answer him. Do I regret catching her? No. Do I regret how I handled it? That's the part I can't figure out. Maybe in another year I'll have clarity. Maybe I never will. What I do know is that I'm not the same person I was 6 months ago. That version of me died the second I opened that bedroom door. Whether the person I am now is better or worse, I genuinely can't tell you. I survived it. I made sure I didn't walk away with nothing. Some days that feels like enough. Other days it feels like I lost something anyway, something I can't quite name. I guess that's just what happens when trust breaks. Everyone loses something, even the person who thinks they won. Discovering my boyfriend's gaming nights were code for cheating made me play the ultimate revenge move. I'm a 27-year-old woman working in graphic design, and my boyfriend Ryan, 28, is a software developer. We'd been living together for about 2 years in a decent apartment downtown, splitting rent and bills like a normal couple. For the past 6 months, Ryan had this routine where he'd lock himself in his office every night around 9 p.m. with his gaming headset on. He'd be in there until 2 or 3 a.m., sometimes laughing so loud I could hear him through the walls. At first I thought it was sweet that he had this hobby and these online friends. I even bought him a new gaming chair for his birthday because he kept complaining about back pain. But things started feeling off around 3 months ago. He began showering before his gaming sessions, which was weird because who showers to sit at a computer? He'd also come to bed smelling like cologne. When I asked about it, he said he just wanted to feel fresh, and that sitting in his office chair all sweaty was gross. I didn't push it because it sounded reasonable enough, but something in my gut told me it wasn't right. Then I noticed he was glued to his phone during dinner, smiling and typing away. When I'd ask who he was texting, he'd say it was his gaming group coordinating their next session. He started being less interested in our movie nights, always rushing through them to get back to his office. We stopped having sex as often. He'd say he was tired from work, but apparently not too tired to game until 3 a.m. The worst part was how checked out he became. I'd be talking to him about my day and realize he wasn't even listening. His eyes would be on his phone, or he'd be glancing toward his office like he couldn't wait to get away from me. I started feeling like a roommate he tolerated rather than someone he loved. The breaking point came 2 weeks ago. I had gotten home early from work because a client meeting got canceled. Ryan's office door was closed, and I could hear him talking through his headset. I was about to walk away when I heard him say something like, "I wish you were here right now," in this soft voice I hadn't heard him use with me in months. My stomach dropped. I stood outside that door for probably 10 minutes, just listening. He was complimenting someone, laughing at their jokes, talking about meeting up sometime soon. This wasn't gaming banter. This was flirting. That night, after he finally came to bed at 2:30 a.m., I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying what I'd heard, trying to convince myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I'd misunderstood. Maybe it was just friendly conversation. But the way he'd said it, that tone, I knew better. The next evening, Ryan went to visit his parents. He'd left his computer on, and for once he hadn't locked it. He always locked it, but this time he must have forgotten in his rush to leave. His Discord was open on one of his monitors. I sat down in his gaming chair and started scrolling through his messages. His main server had about 30 people in it, all usernames and avatars. But then I saw the DMs. There was one conversation at the top with someone named Pixel Princess Luna. The last message from her said, "Can't wait for next weekend. Thinking about you." I clicked on it, and my hands started shaking. The messages went back months. Flirty texts, voice call logs that lasted hours, photos she'd sent him, including some in low-cut tops, and one in a bikini. He'd sent her pictures too, including a shirtless mirror selfie I definitely didn't remember him taking. Then I found the messages where they talked about meeting up in person. 2 months ago, when I went to visit my mom for a long weekend because she'd had surgery, Ryan told me he had a work conference. He didn't. He drove 3 hours to meet this girl. They went to dinner, walked around downtown, and based on the messages afterward, they'd kissed. I took screenshots of everything on my phone. Every single message, every photo, every voice call timestamp. Then I closed Discord, locked his computer, and went to the living room to sit in the dark. I should have confronted him right then, but I was so angry I couldn't even form words, and honestly, a part of me wanted to make him hurt the way I was hurting. Breaking up with him felt too easy, too clean. He'd just get to move on, keep his little gaming community, probably keep talking to Pixel Princess Luna like nothing happened. That's when I got the idea. If he wanted to build a relationship through gaming, I'd tear it down the same way. The next day I created a new Discord account. I used a random username generator and picked _Raven with some edgy avatar I found online. I made myself sound like a 25-year-old guy who was really into the same games they played. Then I requested to join their server. Ryan's gaming group was pretty active, and they accepted new members regularly. Within a day, I was in. I could see all the channels, all the voice chats, everything. I spent the next 3 weeks playing the long game. I'd hop into voice channels when Ryan wasn't online, chatting with other members, building credibility. I even played a few games with some of them, making sure to be friendly and helpful. I'm not even a gamer, so I had to watch YouTube videos just to understand what they were talking about half the time. But I pulled it off. The whole time, I watched Ryan's interactions with Pixel Princess Luna in the public channels. They were careful not to be too obvious, but once you knew what to look for, it was clear. Little inside jokes, coordinating times to hop on together, reacting to each other's messages constantly. Some of the other members seemed to notice something was up between them, but nobody said anything directly. In real life, I pretended everything was normal. I smiled at breakfast, asked about his day, even suggested we watch a new show together. Ryan seemed relieved that I wasn't acting suspicious anymore. He got comfortable again, sloppy even. He started leaving his phone face up on the counter, taking calls from her in the other room without bothering to close the door all the way. I kept gathering evidence through his Discord. I logged every time they had private voice calls, which was basically every single night. I found out he'd told the group he had family stuff one weekend when really he drove to see her again while I was at a work conference. I found messages where he complained about me to her, saying I was clingy and didn't understand him. That one hurt worse than finding out about the cheating, honestly. After 3 weeks, I had gained enough trust in the community that people actually wanted to play with Raven. A few members started messaging me directly to coordinate game times. I was officially one of them. I planned everything for a Friday night when their whole group did a big raid session that they sometimes streamed. Ryan had been talking about this night for weeks because they were trying to beat some difficult boss and wanted to record it. He'd mentioned that they might get sponsorship attention if the stream went well, something about an energy drink company watching their content. That evening, I told Ryan I was going out with my coworker for drinks and staying over at her place. He looked so happy to have the apartment to himself. He even kissed my forehead and told me to have fun. I had to force myself not to react. I drove to a coffee shop 3 blocks away with my laptop. At 9 p.m., their stream started. I logged in as Raven, muted, just observing. Ryan was in his element, joking around, coordinating strategy. Pixel Princess Luna was there too, her voice all sweet and encouraging whenever Ryan spoke. About 40 people were watching the stream. I'd already prepared everything. A compiled video of screenshots set to scroll automatically, showing the DMs between Ryan and Luna with dates and timestamps. The photos, the messages about meeting up, him talking badly about me, all of it organized chronologically. At 10:30 p.m., during a break between attempts, I unmuted myself in the voice channel. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. I said I had something everyone should see about 2 of their members. Then I started streaming. For about 5 seconds there was complete silence. Then the chat absolutely exploded. People were typing so fast the chat was just a blur. Someone asked if it was real. Another person was directly calling out Ryan. I could hear Ryan's mic peak as he started yelling, asking who I was and how I got this, but his voice was drowned out by other members who'd started unmuting and talking over each other. Luna went completely silent and left the voice channel within 30 seconds. But Ryan stayed, trying to defend himself, saying it wasn't what it looked like, that someone had hacked his account. Nobody was buying it. These were his friends, people he'd gamed with for years. One guy said Ryan had borrowed money from him months ago, claiming it was for car repairs, and now he realized it was probably to visit Luna. The stream chat was going insane. Someone was recording the whole thing before Ryan ended the stream. Their moderators kicked Ryan from the server immediately. Then they kicked Luna. Then they actually thanked Shadowstrike Raven for exposing them, because apparently Luna had been flirting with multiple guys in the group and causing drama for a while. I closed my laptop and just sat there in that coffee shop staring at my cold coffee. My hands were shaking, but this time from adrenaline instead of heartbreak. I didn't go home that night. I actually did go to my coworker Sarah's place, called her crying, and told her everything. She let me stay over and helped me figure out my next steps. The next morning, I went back to the apartment while Ryan was at the gym, which was his Saturday routine. I'd already been secretly packing important stuff over the past week, storing boxes at Sarah's place. Now I just grabbed the essentials. Clothes, my work equipment, important documents, things that mattered to me. I left behind anything we'd bought together and the furniture. I didn't want any of it. On his gaming monitor, the one he loved so much that he'd spent like $800 on, I stuck a bright pink post-it note that said, "Game over." Then I took my key off my keychain, left it on his desk, and walked out. Ryan called me about 47 times that day. I didn't answer a single one. He texted saying we needed to talk, that I'd ruined his life, that what I did was psychotic and illegal. He said I'd cost him his gaming community, and apparently that sponsorship deal he'd been working toward with some energy drink company had fallen through because someone sent them the clip of the stream. His online reputation in that gaming space was completely destroyed. Some of his friends from the server reached out to me through Instagram after they figured out who I was. A few apologized for not noticing something was wrong earlier. One girl from the group told me Luna had apparently been doing this with multiple guys across different servers, and I'd accidentally exposed a much bigger pattern. That made me feel slightly better, I guess. At least I'd warned other people about her. It's been about 3 weeks now. I'm staying with Sarah until I find my own place. I blocked Ryan on everything after he showed up at my work trying to explain himself. My boss had to ask him to leave. He sent one email through a mutual friend saying he was sorry and that he'd made a mistake. But he also said what I did was too far and cruel. Maybe it was. I don't really know anymore. My mom thinks I should have just broken up with him quietly. She said all the revenge plot stuff was unnecessary drama and that I should have taken the high road. My brother said Ryan got what he deserved and that he wishes he could have seen the stream live. Sarah says she would have done worse and that I actually showed restraint. I keep going back and forth on how I feel about it all. Part of me feels vindicated because he humiliated me for months without me even knowing. He was living this double life while I was planning our future, thinking about whether we'd get married, whether I wanted to have kids with this person. But another part of me wonders if exposing him so publicly was too much, if I stooped to some level I can't come back from. I definitely crossed some lines with the fake account and the whole elaborate setup. I saw on Instagram through a mutual friend's story that Ryan moved back in with his parents. His online presence in that gaming community is basically gone. I heard Luna tried to start fresh on a different server under a new name, but someone recognized her voice and she got banned immediately. Word travels fast in these gaming communities, apparently. As for me, I deleted the Shadowstrike Raven account. I don't game anyway, and I don't need the reminder of what I did. I've started therapy because apparently discovering your boyfriend is cheating and then orchestrating an elaborate revenge plot is something you should probably talk to a professional about. My therapist has a lot of thoughts about it. The weirdest part is that sometimes I miss him, or at least who I thought he was. Then I remember those messages where he called me clingy to another woman while I was sleeping in our bed, and the feeling passes pretty quick. I've been apartment hunting, and I think I found a place. It's smaller than what Ryan and I had, but it's all mine. No shared spaces, no memories attached to it. I'm actually kind of excited to start over, even though the whole situation still makes me feel sick sometimes. So that's where I'm at. I exposed my cheating boyfriend to his entire gaming community, cost him his online reputation and a sponsorship deal, and destroyed the relationship he'd been building with another woman. He lost the world he'd built on lies. But I also became someone capable of that level of calculated revenge. I still don't know if that makes me justified or just as bad as him. Finding my girlfriend's cousin in our bed made me plan a revenge that shattered her perfect little lie. I'm a 30-year-old mechanic, and my girlfriend Tessa, 28, works in social media marketing. She's got about 75K followers and does brand deals for skincare companies and clothing brands. We'd been together for 2 years and sharing a small one-bedroom apartment on the east side of the city for the last 8 months. The cousin situation started about 4 months ago. Tessa mentioned she had this cousin who was going through a rough time, breakup, needed help moving, the usual family drama. She said his name was Jake and he lived about 2 hours away. Made sense at the time. Family helps family, right? The first weekend she went to help him move, she came back on Sunday night glowing, like actually radiant. I remember thinking she must have had a really good time catching up with family. Then it became a pattern. Every other weekend, sometimes random Thursdays, she'd pack a small bag and head out to help Jake with something. Setting up furniture, dealing with his landlord, helping him navigate a new job, always something. My buddy Marco was the first one to say something. We were at his place watching a game, and he just flat out asked if I knew Tessa was seeing someone else. I laughed it off. Told him he watched too many true crime podcasts. But he had this look on his face, like he knew something I didn't. 2 weeks later, my other friend sent me a photo. It was from a bar downtown, one of those trendy places Tessa would post about on her Instagram. In the photo, there's Tessa sitting at a table with a guy. He's kissing her forehead. Her eyes are closed and she's smiling like she's the happiest person alive. My friend had seen her there the night before and snapped the picture. I stared at that photo for probably an hour. The timestamp said it was from a Friday night, a night she told me she was at Jake's place helping him prep for a job interview the next morning. I didn't confront her. Something in me just went cold and calculating. I wanted to know for sure before I did anything stupid. So I started paying attention to details. The way she'd angle her phone away from me when texting. How she'd suddenly have bad service when I'd try to call during her visits with Jake. The fact that she never, not once, suggested I come along to meet this cousin she was supposedly so close with. 3 weeks after seeing that photo, Tessa came home and told me Jake needed to crash at our place for a few days. She said she'd be staying at her sister's apartment across town to give him space and help him with some interviews in the area. She'd be gone through the weekend, maybe into Monday. I told her that was fine, totally understanding. Even said I'd make sure Jake felt welcome. She left Friday morning with 2 suitcases, which should have been my first clue. Why would she need 2 suitcases to stay at her sister's place for 3 days? I went to work that Friday like normal. Fixed a transmission, did an oil change, shot the shit with the guys at the shop. Then around 2 p.m., I told my boss I wasn't feeling great and needed to head out early. He's a good guy, didn't ask questions. I got home around 3:30 p.m. Our apartment is on the 3rd floor, and as I was climbing the stairs, I heard music coming from our door. Not loud, but definitely audible. Some indie playlist Tessa likes. I unlocked the door as quietly as possible. The living room was empty, but I could hear voices coming from the bedroom. Laughing. Tessa's laugh, the one she does when she's completely comfortable and happy. I walked down the short hallway to our bedroom. The door was cracked open about 3 inches. They were in our bed. The bed I paid for. Under the sheets I'd washed last weekend. Tessa was propped up on pillows, her laptop balanced on her knees, showing him something on the screen. He had his arm around her shoulders. Both of them were in their underwear. I pushed the door open. The look on her face when she saw me is something I'll never forget. Pure terror. She actually gasped and grabbed the sheets up to her chest, like that was going to somehow make this better. I kept my voice steady and just said hey to Jake. Told him it was an interesting way to meet my girlfriend's cousin. Jake had the decency to look embarrassed. He immediately got up and started pulling on his jeans, muttering something about how he should go. Tessa was frozen, just staring at me with her mouth half open. I told him not to leave on my account. He was supposed to be crashing here anyway, right? That's when Tessa found her voice. She started with the classic line about how this wasn't what it looked like, which almost made me laugh because what else could it possibly look like? Then she pivoted to saying she could explain everything while scrambling to put on a t-shirt. I just stood there in the doorway. I wasn't angry in the way I expected to be. I wasn't yelling or throwing things. I was just observing, taking mental notes. The way Jake couldn't look at me. The way Tessa's hands were shaking as she tried to smooth down her hair. The fact that there were 2 wine glasses on my nightstand. She finally said it was complicated, and that's when something inside me clicked. Jake grabbed his phone and backpack and basically ran out of the apartment. Didn't even put on a shirt, just grabbed it and left. The front door slammed, and then it was just us. Tessa tried everything. She cried. Real tears, not the fake ones. She said Jake was going through a hard time, and she'd just been trying to help him and things got confusing. She said she loved me. She said it didn't mean anything. She said she was planning to end it. She said I'd been distant lately and she felt lonely. I let her talk. The more she talked, the more I watched her. This was the same woman who posted Instagram stories about relationship goals and finding your person. She had a whole highlight reel called My Love that was just pictures of us. Her bio said she was building a beautiful life with her best friend with a heart emoji. 2 days ago, she'd posted a photo of our apartment with some caption about home being wherever she was with me and got 3,000 likes. I asked her one question. How long? She hesitated. That hesitation told me everything. 6 months, she finally whispered. 6 months. Half a year. That meant the cousin story was a lie from the start. That meant every weekend trip, every Thursday evening, every time she'd smiled at me and said she loved me while texting him. All of it was a lie. She kept crying and apologizing. She reached for my hand and I pulled away. That's when she started getting desperate. She said she'd do anything to fix this. She'd cut off all contact with Jake. She'd go to couples therapy. She'd prove she could change. I told her I needed some air and left. Walked around the neighborhood for 2 hours. Sat on a bench near the park and just thought. Here's the thing. I wasn't just angry about the cheating. I was angry about the humiliation. About the fact that my friends knew something was wrong before I did. About the fact that she'd brought him into our home, into our bed. About all the times I'd defended her when Marco or other people raised concerns. But mostly, I was angry about how easily she'd lied. How she'd used her social media image as a shield. How she'd built this entire online persona around being authentic and real and transparent while living a double life. That's when I realized what I wanted to do. When I got back to the apartment around 8 p.m., Tessa was still there. She'd cleaned up the bedroom, changed the sheets, made dinner. She looked hopeful when I walked in, like maybe I'd cooled off and we could talk this through. I told her she could stay until the end of the month, but we were done. She started crying again, saying I was making a huge mistake, that we could work through this. I went into the bedroom and shut the door. Over the next week, I stayed at Marco's place. Told Tessa I needed space to think. She texted me probably 50 times a day. Long paragraphs about how sorry she was, how much she loved me, how she'd made the biggest mistake of her life. But I wasn't thinking about reconciliation. I was thinking about evidence. Tessa was sloppy. She'd left her old phone at the apartment, the one she'd replaced 6 months ago but never bothered to properly wipe. I had the passcode because we used to share everything. I spent 3 nights going through every message, every photo, every app. The messages with Jake went back exactly 6 months, like she'd said. But they weren't just affair messages. They were relationship messages, plans for the future, talking about moving in together, him calling her baby, and her calling him my love. Photos they'd taken together all over the same city where I lived, where she'd apparently been meeting him while telling me she was 2 hours away. I screenshot everything, organized it all into folders by date. I also found her content calendar. She planned all her Instagram posts weeks in advance. There were drafts of posts about me, about our relationship, scheduled to go up over the next month. All fake, all part of the image. Then I looked up the brands she worked with. She had contracts with 3 major companies, a skincare line, an athleisure brand, and a meal kit service. All of them were built on her image as an authentic lifestyle influencer. Her media kit literally used the words genuine and transparent to describe her brand. I spent 3 days crafting an email, kept it professional, included all the proof, screenshots with timestamps, the photos, everything. I framed it as coming from a concerned party who thought these companies should know that their brand ambassador was publicly promoting values she wasn't living. I sent it to all 3 companies from a burner email account. Then I waited. The first company dropped her 4 days later. She posted a vague story about making some changes to brand partnerships, but I could tell she was panicking. The second company cut ties 2 days after that. By the end of the week, all 3 deals were gone. Tessa knew it was me. She showed up at Marco's place where I was staying and completely lost it in the hallway, screaming about how I'd ruined her career, how I'd taken away her income, how this was cruel and vindictive. Marco had to physically stand between us because I thought she might actually try to hit me. She kept yelling about how I'd ruined her life. I told her she ruined her own life. I just made sure people knew the truth about who she really was. She'd already moved out of our apartment by then. Apparently went back to living with Jake, which was almost funny. The thing she'd been planning anyway just happened faster and under worse circumstances. But I wasn't done. We had this shared Instagram account we'd made when we first started dating. One of those couple accounts that we barely used but never deleted. I still had the login. I posted one photo, the picture of her and Jake at that bar, the one my friend had sent me months ago. The caption said something about family ties, and how my girlfriend's cousin wasn't really her cousin. Funny how that works. I tagged her personal account and Jake's account. Then I logged out and deleted the app from my phone. I didn't watch the fallout, but Marco did. He said her comments section exploded. People who'd followed her for years, who'd trusted her recommendations, who'd believed in her brand, they all felt betrayed. Some of them were angry. Some of them made jokes. Some of them just unfollowed. Her follower count dropped by almost 20,000 in a week. The apartment was mine. I'd been on the lease longer and the landlord liked me. I changed the locks the day after she moved out. Kept all the furniture since I'd paid for most of it anyway. It's been 2 months now. I heard through mutual friends that Tessa and Jake are still together, but she had to get a regular job since the influencer money dried up. Something in retail. Her Instagram is still active, but she barely posts anymore. And when she does, the engagement is a fraction of what it used to be. I don't feel guilty. Maybe that makes me a bad person, I don't know. But every time I think about those 6 months of lies, about coming home to find them in our bed, about all the times she smiled at me while planning a future with someone else, I feel like what I did was fair. Marco thinks I went too far. He says cheating is one thing, but destroying someone's career is another. That I let anger turn me into someone I'm not. My sister says Tessa got what she deserved, but that I should probably talk to someone about the fact that I'm not even a little bit sorry. The thing is, Tessa didn't just cheat. She built an entire fake life and profited from it. She sold authenticity while being a fraud. If those companies dropped her, it's because they realized she was damaging their brand by associating with it. Or maybe I'm just trying to justify revenge that went too far. I still work at the same shop, still live in the same apartment. I haven't dated anyone since. Part of me wonders if I ever will, or if I'll just keep looking for signs that someone's lying to me. Sometimes I think about that moment when I opened the bedroom door. How different things could have been if I'd just yelled, if I'd just thrown them both out and moved on like a normal person. But I didn't want normal. I wanted her to feel what I felt. Exposed, humiliated, like everyone could suddenly see the truth she'd been hiding. The worst part is, I'm not sure I even recognize myself anymore. The guy who spent 3 days meticulously gathering evidence and drafting emails to destroy someone's livelihood. That's not who I thought I was. I always figured if something like this happened, I'd be the bigger person. Walk away with my dignity intact. Let karma handle the rest. But when it actually happened, dignity wasn't enough. Walking away felt like letting her win. Like she'd just move on to her next victim with her perfect Instagram life, and I'd be the fool who got played. So yeah, I burned it all down. Her reputation, her income, her carefully curated image. And now I'm sitting here 2 months later, wondering if the satisfaction was worth becoming the kind of person who does that. Because some days I feel completely justified, and other days I feel like I turned into exactly the kind of person I'd normally avoid. I guess that's what betrayal does to you. It doesn't just break your heart, it changes who you are. Finding out my wife's book club nights were code for betrayal made me rewrite the ending of our marriage. I'm a 37-year-old husband and father of 2 kids, ages 8 and 5. My wife, Emma, 35, is an elementary school teacher at Riverside Elementary. We've been married for 10 years, living in one of those quiet suburbs where people wave at each other from their driveways and everyone knows everyone's business. Or at least I thought they did. About 6 months ago, Emma joined what she called a book club. It was organized by a few teachers from her school, or so she told me. Every Thursday night, like clockwork, she'd leave around 7 p.m. and roll back in after midnight. She said they rotated houses, discussed whatever novel they'd picked that month, drank wine, the whole thing. I didn't think much of it at first. She deserved a night out with friends. Teaching second graders all day isn't exactly a stress-free job. But things started feeling off around 3 months in. She'd come home smelling like cologne. Not her perfume, cologne. Men's cologne. When I'd ask how book club was, she'd give me these vague answers about talking about the book. But she could never tell me which book they were reading, or what they discussed. She was always too tired to talk, heading straight to the shower and then to bed. The Thursday nights became a pattern I couldn't ignore. She started dressing differently for these meetings. Nicer clothes, more makeup than she wore to work. She'd check her phone constantly in the days leading up to Thursday, smiling at the screen in a way that made my stomach turn. When I'd walk into the room, she'd flip her phone over or angle it away from me. I told myself I was being paranoid. We'd been together for 12 years total. We had 2 beautiful kids. We had a mortgage and a minivan and a golden retriever named Biscuit. People don't throw that away for nothing, right? Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Wednesday, around 9 p.m. Emma was in the shower, and her phone was charging on the nightstand. It buzzed. I wasn't trying to snoop. The screen just lit up right in front of me while I was getting into bed. The message preview showed a contact named Sarah, Book Club, and the text read, "Same time tomorrow? Can't wait to see you again." My heart started pounding. Something about the way it was phrased felt wrong. Can't wait to see you again. That's not how you talk about a book club meeting. I picked up the phone. I knew her passcode. She'd never hidden it from me because she'd never had a reason to. I opened the message thread with Sarah. Except it wasn't Sarah. The contact photo was of a guy, probably mid-30s, decent looking. I scrolled up through the messages and my hands started shaking. They were photos. Photos I will never be able to unsee. Photos of my wife. Photos of this guy. Photos of them together in ways that made it crystal clear what book club really meant. I kept scrolling, my chest getting tighter with every message. Flirty texts, explicit texts, plans to meet at the Sunset Motel off Route 9. Conversations about how her husband doesn't suspect anything and how Thursday nights are our time. The shower was still running. I could hear Emma humming in there, probably the same way she hummed every other night, like nothing was wrong, like she hadn't been systematically lying to my face for months. I sat there on the edge of the bed, staring at that phone, and something inside me just clicked. I wasn't going to confront her right then. If I did, she'd make excuses. She'd cry. She'd probably delete everything and make me look like the crazy, paranoid husband. I needed proof. Real, undeniable proof. So I took screenshots. Every message, every photo. I texted myself the address of the motel and the date of their next meeting. Tomorrow, Thursday, 8 p.m. Then I deleted the text I'd sent to myself from her phone and put it back exactly where it was on the nightstand. When Emma came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, I was already under the covers pretending to read something on my own phone. She kissed me on the forehead like she did every night. She told me she loved me. I said it back automatically, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. The next day I called in sick to work. I'm in IT consulting, so working from home isn't unusual. But I told my boss I needed the whole day off. I had things to do. First stop was Best Buy. I bought a small, discreet home security camera, the kind you can hide easily and access from your phone. When I got home, I installed it in the corner of the garage, angled toward where Emma usually parked. I tested it twice to make sure it worked. Clear video, timestamp, the whole setup. Then I spent the rest of the day combing through our phone records online. I'd always had access to our family account but never thought to check it. Turns out, There were hundreds of texts to one particular number over the past 4 months. The number wasn't saved in my phone, but I knew who it belonged to now. I reverse searched it online and found it registered to someone named Derek Parsons. A quick Facebook search showed me Derek Parsons, 33, personal trainer, recently divorced. His profile picture matched the guy from the photos. I felt sick. A personal trainer. It was such a cliche I almost laughed, except nothing about this was funny. Thursday came. Emma acted completely normal all day. She made breakfast for the kids, helped our daughter with her spelling homework, reminded me we needed to pick up dog food over the weekend. At 6:30 p.m., she went upstairs to get ready for book club. She came down 40 minutes later wearing jeans that fit her a little too perfectly, and a black top I'd never seen before. She told me she'd be back late and not to wait up. I told her to have fun, and to tell everyone I said hi. She laughed and left. The second her car pulled out of the driveway, I opened the tracking app. I'd installed a family location sharing app on both our phones, months ago, when our son started walking home from school alone. It was supposed to be for safety. Now I watched the little dot that represented Emma's phone move through town, past Sarah Miller's house, the actual book club member whose name she'd been using as a cover, past the library, straight onto Route 9. 20 minutes later, the dot stopped moving. I switched to Google Maps and checked the location. Sunset Motel. Bingo. I sat there in the living room with our kids, watching cartoons next to me, completely oblivious, and I felt this cold, calculated calm wash over me. I wasn't angry anymore. I was strategic. Over the next 2 weeks, I documented everything. Every Thursday, Emma went to that motel. Every Thursday, I tracked her. I pulled up our credit card statements and found charges at the motel going back 3 months. She'd been using our joint card to pay for the rooms. The audacity of it was almost impressive. I also contacted a divorce lawyer. His name was Richard Chen, and he came highly recommended by a guy from my gym who'd gone through a messy divorce himself. Richard was blunt and efficient. He told me to get everything documented: texts, photos, financial records, location data. In cases of infidelity, especially when kids are involved, the more evidence you have, the better your position in custody negotiations. So that's what I did. I made copies of everything. I downloaded all the photos and messages onto a USB drive. I printed out the credit card statements with the motel charges highlighted. I made a timeline document with dates, times, and locations. Emma had no idea. She kept going to her book club every Thursday. She kept coming home late, showering immediately, and climbing into bed next to me like everything was fine. I'd lie there in the dark, listening to her breathe, wondering how someone could compartmentalize their life so completely. Then came the staff appreciation luncheon. Emma had mentioned it casually 2 weeks prior. It was this Friday, at noon in the school cafeteria. The PTA was hosting it for all the teachers. That's when the idea hit me. I spent the next week preparing. I took all the evidence I'd gathered, the most damning messages, a few choice photos that didn't show anything explicit but made the situation clear, the motel receipts, and I organized them into neat little packets. I printed them on nice paper, put them in manila envelopes, and labeled each one. Book club highlights. Friday morning, I told Emma I was running errands. Instead, I drove to Riverside Elementary. I'd called ahead and confirmed the luncheon was in the cafeteria from 12 to 2 p.m. I arrived at 11:45 a.m. and found the PTA president, a woman named Linda, who I'd met at a few school events. I handed her a box and told her these were some materials I put together for the teachers. She smiled and said she'd put one at each seat. I left before Emma arrived. I drove home, opened a beer even though it wasn't even noon yet, and I waited. My phone started ringing at 12:47 p.m. Emma. I let it go to voicemail. She called again, and again. By the third call, I answered. She was screaming and crying at the same time, asking what the hell I did. I told her I gave her coworkers some educational materials. Thought they'd appreciate the reading material since they're all so into books. She said I humiliated her in front of everyone. I asked her how she could do what she did for 4 months. In motels that I was paying for with our joint account, while I was home with our kids. She went quiet. I could hear muffled voices in the background, probably other teachers trying to comfort her or get the full story. She finally said we needed to talk. I told her I'd see her at home tonight and to come alone. Then I hung up. She showed up at 4 p.m. The kids were at my parents' house. I'd dropped them off earlier with some excuse about needing to handle something important. When Emma walked in, her eyes were red and puffy. She'd clearly been crying for hours. She started apologizing, but I cut her off. I told her I'd already filed for divorce. My lawyer had all the documentation. She'd be getting the papers next week. Her face went white. She asked if she didn't get a chance to explain. I asked her what there was to explain. That Derek, the personal trainer, was worth throwing away our marriage? That book club was really code for hooking up in cheap motels? I told her I knew everything. I'd known for weeks. She tried to deny it at first. She said the messages were taken out of context, that Derek was just a friend, that I was blowing things out of proportion. But when I pulled up the location tracking data and the credit card statements and laid them out on the kitchen table, she finally broke down. She said it just happened. They met at the gym and started talking. He made her feel seen. I was always working, always tired, and she just wanted to feel wanted. I told her so she cheated. For months. And lied to my face every single day. She didn't have an answer for that. The divorce process took 3 months. Emma tried to fight for custody, claiming I was an unfit father because of how I'd publicly humiliated her. But my lawyer destroyed that argument. We had evidence of her infidelity, evidence that she'd been negligent by spending marital funds on an affair, and character witnesses who testified about my involvement in our kids' lives. In the end, I got primary custody. Emma gets the kids every other weekend and 1 weeknight dinner. She had to move into a small apartment on the other side of town. Derek, predictably, stopped answering her calls once the divorce became public. Turns out he wasn't interested in a serious relationship with a woman who had 2 kids and a scandalous reputation. Emma ended up resigning from Riverside Elementary mid-year. Too many people knew what had happened, and apparently the principal had a chat with her about maintaining professional conduct. She found a teaching job at a school in the next county over. As for me, I'm adjusting. The kids are in therapy to help them process the divorce. They know their mom made mistakes, but they don't know the full details. They don't need to. I kept the house, the dog, and most of our savings. I started dating again a few months ago, though I'm taking it slow. Some of Emma's family members have reached out to tell me I went too far with the luncheon stunt. Her sister called me vindictive. Her mother said I was cruel for embarrassing her in front of her colleagues. Even some of my own friends have said I should have handled it more privately. But here's the thing. If I'd confronted her quietly, she would have lied. She would have gaslighted me, made me doubt what I saw, maybe even convinced me to go to couples therapy, where she could control the narrative. The public exposure was the only way to ensure she couldn't twist the story or deny what she'd done. It was the nuclear option, sure, but it guaranteed the truth came out. My kids are happy and healthy. I have custody. Emma has to face the consequences of her choices. Was I too vindictive to expose her in front of her coworkers like that? Or was that the only way she'd finally admit what she'd done? He made me feel insane for suspecting him. So I proved I wasn't the crazy one after all. I'm 34, a nurse working night shifts at the county hospital. My husband Ryan is 36 and works as a police officer. We've been married for 9 years, and live in one of those small towns where your business is everyone's business. The kind of place where you can't buy tampons at the grocery store without someone mentioning it to your mother-in-law. For about 6 months, Ryan had been different. Not in any obvious way at first, just small things that didn't sit right. His phone suddenly had a password when it never did before. He'd come home from his shifts and walk straight past me to the shower without even saying hello. When I'd ask about his day, he'd give me one-word answers or get weirdly defensive about nothing. And the late nights started piling up. Always extra shifts, always last minute, always some explanation that made sense but also didn't. I started asking questions. Normal questions, I thought. Why was his phone locked? Why couldn't I see it? And that's when everything got worse. Ryan exploded on me. Told me I was being paranoid and controlling. Said I was stressed from work and seeing things that weren't there. He kept saying I was projecting my own insecurities onto him, that this wasn't normal behavior for a wife. The more I questioned, the more he turned it back on me. Eventually, he sat me down and told me I needed help, that my trust issues were getting out of control and I should talk to someone. So I did. I actually went to therapy. I sat in that office once a week and talked about why I was so suspicious of my husband, why I couldn't just trust him. And the worst part is, I started believing him. I started thinking maybe I was the problem. Maybe the stress from work was making me paranoid. Maybe I was ruining my marriage over nothing. That went on for 3 weeks. 3 weeks of me doubting myself, apologizing to him, trying to be better. Then I got off shift early one night. A coworker offered to cover the last few hours for me, and I left the hospital at 2 in the morning instead of 7. I was actually excited to surprise Ryan, maybe have breakfast together before he left for his shift. But when I pulled into our driveway, his car wasn't there. I sat there for a minute, confused. Then I checked the Find My app we both had on our phones. He'd insisted we set it up months ago for safety reasons, since we both worked odd hours. His location popped up on Route 9, near the Riverside Motel. My stomach dropped. I knew that area. There was nothing out there except the motel and an old gas station that had been closed for years. No reason for him to be there. No call, no police activity that would take him out that way. I got back in my car and drove there. The whole drive I kept telling myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe there was an emergency. Maybe someone called something in. But my hands were shaking on the steering wheel. When I pulled into the motel parking lot at 3 in the morning, I saw his patrol car immediately, and right next to it was a silver Honda Accord. I recognized that car. It belonged to Jennifer, the wife of Marcus, one of Ryan's co-workers. I'd met her at department events, made small talk at barbecues. She seemed nice, normal. I just sat there in my car, staring at both vehicles parked side by side. Room 114 had its light on. I could see the glow through the curtains. I didn't knock on the door. I didn't scream or make a scene. I just took photos. Both cars, the license plates, the timestamp on my phone showing 3:17 a.m. Then I drove home. I was sitting at our kitchen table when Ryan came home at 5 in the morning. He walked in, saw me, and kissed my forehead like everything was normal. He asked why I was up so early. I told him I couldn't sleep. He didn't ask anything else, just said he was going to shower and head to bed. I watched him walk down the hallway, and something in me went completely cold. He had no idea I knew, but I did, and I wasn't going to forget it. I didn't confront him that morning, or the next day, or the entire week after that. Instead, I apologized. I told him I was sorry for being so paranoid lately, that therapy was really helping me work through my trust issues. I even thanked him for being patient with me. The look of relief on his face almost made me sick. but I kept my expression soft and sincere. Ryan completely relaxed after that. He got comfortable again, started leaving his phone face up on the counter, coming home at normal times, acting like the husband I used to know. He thought he'd won, thought he'd successfully convinced me I was the crazy one and that everything was fine now. But I was just buying time. I started going through everything methodically. First, the credit card statements. I logged into our joint account and went back month by month. The charges were right there. Riverside Motel, over and over again, going back 11 months. Sometimes twice a week. He'd been so careful about everything else, but apparently thought I'd never check the statements. Then I remembered something. About 8 months ago, Ryan had synced his phone to our home computer to back up some photos. He'd done it once and apparently forgotten about it because his messages were still syncing to the laptop in our office. I waited until he left for work one evening. Then I opened that laptop. Every text message between him and Jennifer was right there. Thousands of them. I sat there for hours reading through everything. The I love yous. The can't wait to see you tonights. Jennifer writing about how Marcus didn't suspect anything. How boring he was. How she couldn't wait to leave him. Ryan complaining about me, calling me clingy and emotionally exhausting. Them making plans to eventually leave their spouses when the time was right. I took screenshots of everything, organized them by date in a folder on a flash drive. The affair had started almost a year ago at the department's holiday party. According to their messages, Jennifer and Marcus had been fighting a lot. Ryan told her we were having problems too, which was news to me. They bonded over drinks and complaints about their marriages. It escalated from there. They were meeting at the motel twice a week minimum, sometimes more. They'd used burner phones at first, then got sloppy and started using their regular phones. Jennifer would tell Marcus she was visiting her sister. Ryan told me he was picking up extra shifts. But the worst messages were the ones about me. The ones where Ryan called me paranoid to Jennifer, where they both laughed about me going to therapy. Jennifer had written, "She actually believed you? That's hilarious." And Ryan replied with a laughing emoji. That's when something shifted in me. I stopped feeling hurt and just felt cold, clear-headed. I wasn't going to just file for divorce quietly and let them move on with their lives. I wasn't going to protect them anymore. The department's annual family barbecue was 3 weeks away. I'd seen the email invitation in Ryan's inbox. I RSVP'd for both of us and acted excited about going. Ryan seemed happy I was making an effort to be social again. I spent those 3 weeks printing everything out. The most damaging text messages. Call logs showing hundreds of calls between them. Hotel receipts with dates and times. I organized it all into 3 separate packets, put each one in a manila envelope, and labeled them, "For transparency's sake," in neat handwriting. I practiced staying calm. I'd look at myself in the bathroom mirror at work and rehearse keeping my expression neutral. I couldn't afford to break down or second-guess myself when the moment came. Ryan had no idea. He thought everything was back to normal. He'd kiss me goodbye before shifts, ask about my day, suggest we plan a vacation soon. Jennifer had even waved at me at the grocery store one afternoon, all smiles. They both thought they'd gotten away with it, that I'd been successfully convinced I was the problem, and now they could just keep going until they decided it was time to leave their spouses on their own terms. But I had 3 envelopes in my purse and a barbecue to attend. And I was done being the person who stayed quiet while everyone else decided what reality was supposed to be. The barbecue was on a Saturday in late August at Captain Morrison's property. Everyone from the department was there with their families, Kids running around, officers manning the grills, wives chatting in clusters with drinks in their hands. It was the kind of event Ryan usually loved. He was relaxed that day. I watched him from across the yard, laughing with Marcus and Jennifer like they were all just good friends. Jennifer's hand touched Ryan's arm at one point while she was telling some story. Marcus didn't notice. No one did. I had the envelopes in my purse. I walked up to Marcus first while he was at the grill flipping burgers, told him I had something he needed to see, and handed him the first envelope. He looked confused but took it. Probably thought it was some kind of card or invitation. I didn't wait for him to open it. Then I found Captain Morrison talking with a group of senior officers. I interrupted politely and told him I had information about officer conduct that he needed to review. Handed him the second envelope. He got this serious look on his face and nodded, tucking it under his arm. Finally, I walked over to Ryan. He was mid-conversation with Jennifer and two other officers. I smiled at him, a real smile, and told him I'd put something together for him. He looked confused but smiled back, probably thought I was being sweet. I handed him the third envelope. Then I just turned around and walked to my car. I didn't run, didn't look back, just got in, started the engine, and drove away. In my rearview mirror, I saw Marcus ripping open his envelope. By Monday morning, my phone had 47 missed calls from Ryan. I didn't answer a single one. By Monday afternoon, I heard through a friend who works dispatch that both Ryan and Jennifer had been placed on administrative leave. Department policy apparently prohibits affairs between officers and officers' spouses. Something about conflicts of interest and ethical violations. Jennifer filed for divorce from Marcus on Wednesday. I filed on Friday. Ryan showed up at the hospital where I work that weekend. I was staying with my sister by then, but he knew my schedule. He caught me in the parking lot after my shift, and he was furious. Told me I'd ruined his career, humiliated him, destroyed everything we'd built. I just looked at him and said I didn't ruin anything. I just stopped protecting his lies. Then I got in my car and left. The town's been talking ever since. Of course they have. Some people think I went too far, that I should have handled it privately instead of airing everything out at a department event. Others say Ryan and Jennifer got exactly what they deserved. My own family is supportive but worried about me. Ryan's family has made it clear they think I'm vindictive and cruel. Marcus actually reached out to thank me. Said he'd suspected something was off but had no proof, and Jennifer always made him feel crazy for asking questions. That part felt weirdly validating. It's been 2 months since the barbecue now. The divorce is moving forward. Ryan's still under investigation and might lose his job completely. Jennifer moved out of state already, from what I heard. I've been going to therapy still, and my therapist says I'm processing everything in a remarkably healthy way now. That's ironic. I don't feel happy exactly, but I don't feel regretful either. Mostly I just feel clear, like someone turned the lights on after months of being told I was imagining the darkness. I know my own mind again. I trust my own instincts. Some people have told me I humiliated Ryan unnecessarily, that exposing him publicly instead of just quietly leaving was vindictive, that I should have been the bigger person and handled it all privately. But here's what I keep coming back to. For months, Ryan made me feel insane. He gaslit me so thoroughly that I actually went to therapy thinking I was the problem. He let me doubt my own mind, while he was doing exactly what I suspected. So no, I don't think I went too far. I think I just stopped letting someone else define my reality for me. Maybe that makes me vindictive. Or maybe it just makes me someone who is tired of being called crazy for noticing the truth. He said cheating was just a mistake, so I made sure it cost him everything he worked for. I'm a 33-year-old financial analyst, married to Luke, 35, who owns a small chain of gyms. We've been married for 6 years, together for 8. We live in one of those busy downtown areas where everyone's always hustling, always networking, always building something. Luke was obsessed with growing his brand, turning his 3 gyms into a full fitness empire. I respected that. I had my own career to focus on, so we gave each other space. Maybe too much space. Luke's schedule had always been packed. Early mornings at the gyms, evenings spent at what he called networking events. Dinners with potential investors, fitness expos, meetings with influencers who could promote his brand. He'd come home late, smelling like cologne and ambition, talking about expansion plans and partnerships. I never questioned it. I trusted him completely. We were supposed to be a team. That all shattered on a random Tuesday night about 4 months ago. I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I got an AirDrop notification from Luke's iPhone. I accepted it without thinking since we shared photos all the time. But when the image loaded, my stomach dropped. It was a mirror selfie of Luke, shirtless, flexing in what was clearly a hotel bathroom. And in the reflection behind him, blurred but visible, was a woman lying in bed. She was on her phone, wearing what looked like his t-shirt. I just stared at it. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. When he got home 20 minutes later, I was still sitting there with my phone in my hand. He walked into the bedroom all smiles, asking about my day like nothing happened. I held up my phone and asked him what the hell I was looking at. His face went white. Then he actually laughed, said it was an old photo that must have gotten queued up somehow, that the woman was just a friend from college who crashed at his place years ago, that it was a joke between them and he forgot it was even on his phone. I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to. But something in his eyes told me he was scrambling for an explanation. And that's when I realized that if he could lie that smoothly, how many other times had he done it? I didn't sleep that night. I lay there next to him, listening to him snore, and made a decision. I wasn't going to confront him again, not yet. I was going to watch. The next few weeks I became someone I didn't recognize. I started paying attention to the details. When he left, when he came back, how he acted when his phone buzzed. Luke had always been careless with his laptop. He'd leave it open on the kitchen counter while he showered or made protein shakes. I'd never looked before because I had no reason to, but now I did. It took 3 days before I found something. His iMessage was synced to the laptop, and there, in a thread marked with just a peach emoji, were months of messages with someone named Sienna, a fitness influencer with 500,000 Instagram followers. The messages were flirtatious at first, then explicit. She called him babe. He sent her money through Venmo with captions like, "For my favorite muse," and "Invest in us." She sent him photos and talked about their business trips to Miami, Austin, Vegas. But what really caught my attention were the conversations about consulting fees. He'd been paying her $5,000 a month as a brand consultant for his gyms. Except none of that money was going through his business accounts properly. He was pulling it from company funds and disguising it as marketing expenses. I knew because I'm a financial analyst. I know what money laundering adjacent behavior looks like. I took screenshots of everything, hundreds of them. Messages, Venmo transfers, hotel bookings, emails with his accountant where he vaguely referenced consulting work without naming her. I backed it all up on a cloud drive he didn't know I had access to, and then I kept playing the perfect wife. I came home every night and kissed him on the cheek while he told me about his day. I smiled when he talked about Sienna's great ideas for social media engagement. I nodded when he said he'd be gone for a weekend fitness expo in Denver, where I knew he'd actually booked a suite with her. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was focused. Because Luke wasn't just cheating on me. He was stealing from his business, lying to his investors, and funding his affair with money that wasn't even entirely his. And he thought I was too uninterested in his gym stuff to ever notice. For the next month and a half, I lived a double life. During the day, I went to work, analyzed portfolios, met with clients. At night, I came home and acted like everything was fine. I'd ask Luke about his day and listen to him talk about how well the gyms were doing, how Sienna was really helping him connect with a younger demographic, how all this networking was finally paying off. It was surreal, sitting across from him at dinner while he lied to my face, knowing exactly where he'd been and what he'd been doing. But I kept my expression neutral. I needed more time to understand the full scope of what he'd done. I started digging into his business structure. Luke had 2 investors who'd put up $400,000 total to help him expand from 1 gym to 3. They were mostly hands-off, but they had legal rights to audit the books. His accountant was a guy named Richard who Luke went to college with. Loyal, but not incompetent. I pulled Luke's corporate documents from our home office, studied the operating agreement late at night when he was asleep, found the clause that said any misuse of funds or breach of fiduciary duty could trigger an investigation and potential removal from managing member status. His investors had the power to freeze him out if he violated the terms. Luke had no idea I knew any of this. To him, I was just his wife who worked in finance but never asked about the gym business because it wasn't my thing. He'd made assumptions about me that were about to cost him everything. The breaking point came on a Saturday morning. Luke told me he had an early meeting with a potential sponsor. I watched him leave, then checked his location on Find My Friends. We'd set it up years ago for safety, and he'd completely forgotten it was still active. He wasn't at any gym. He was at an apartment building across town. Sienna's apartment. That's when I knew it was time. I spent that entire weekend compiling everything into a professional report. I organized it chronologically. Messages between him and Sienna, financial transfers with dates and amounts, hotel receipts that matched up with his supposed business trips, screenshots of Sienna's Instagram stories where she'd tagged locations that perfectly aligned with where Luke said he was for work. I even pulled up the LLC's operating agreement and highlighted the sections about fiduciary responsibility and misuse of company funds. On Monday morning, I created an anonymous email account. I sent the full report to both investors and copied Richard, the accountant. The subject line was simple and direct. Misuse of company funds and breach of fiduciary duty, with all the documentation attached. Then I went to work like it was any other day. Sat through meetings, reviewed spreadsheets. My phone stayed silent all morning. Around 3 in the afternoon, I got a text from Luke asking me to come home. Said we needed to talk. When I walked in, he was sitting at the kitchen table with his laptop open and his head in his hands. He looked up at me, and I saw something I'd never seen before. Pure fear. He told me someone had sent his investors fake information, that they were freezing his accounts and calling for an emergency meeting, that this was going to ruin him. I sat down across from him and asked what kind of information. He hesitated. Say someone made it look like he was using company money inappropriately, that it was bullshit, photoshopped or something. I asked him if it was fake. His face changed. He asked me what I was talking about. I asked him directly if it was actually fake, because if someone had evidence of him funneling company money to his girlfriend, that seemed like something that could ruin him. The color drained from his face completely. I said her name. Sienna. The fitness influencer he'd been paying $5,000 a month. The one he'd been sleeping with in hotels while telling me he was at business conferences. He tried to ask how I knew. I told him I'm a financial analyst, and he'd left his laptop unlocked for months. Did he really think I wouldn't notice? He started panicking then, saying it wasn't what it looked like, that Sienna was helping him build the brand, that the money was legitimate, that yes, maybe they'd crossed some lines, but it was just physical. It didn't mean anything. It was a mistake. I let that word hang in the air for a second. A mistake. Then I told him I'd filed for divorce that morning, that my lawyer had copies of everything. The look on his face is something I'll never forget. The fallout happened faster than I expected. Luke's investors didn't just freeze his accounts, they launched a full forensic audit. Richard the accountant cooperated immediately once he realized Luke had been lying to him too. Within 2 weeks, they'd uncovered over $80,000 in misallocated funds. The investors forced him into a buyout agreement at a massive loss. He had to sell his stake in 2 of the 3 gyms just to cover the repayment and legal fees. Sienna disappeared the second the money stopped flowing. She deleted him from social media, blocked his number. I happened to see one of her Instagram stories around that time that said something about removing toxic energy from her life with a bunch of plant emojis. Luke tried to reach out to her through mutual contacts from what I heard, but she wanted nothing to do with him once he wasn't useful anymore. The divorce moved quickly because I had everything documented. Luke tried to argue that I'd invaded his privacy by going through his laptop, but my lawyer shut that down fast. Marital assets and shared devices are fair game, especially when there's evidence of fraud involved. We settled after 3 months. I got the house, half his remaining assets, and a portion of his future earnings from the 1 gym he managed to keep. He moved into a small apartment downtown. Last I heard from a mutual friend, he's working as a manager at someone else's gym now. Not an owner, just a manager, pulling a salary. The empire he'd been building for years was gone. We haven't spoken since the divorce was finalized. He sent me 1 email about a month ago, said he'd been in therapy and realized how badly he'd messed up, that he understood why I did what I did, that he didn't blame me, but wished I'd just left instead of destroying everything he'd worked for. I didn't respond. There wasn't anything left to say. Some of my friends think I went too far. They say I should have just divorced him quietly, taken my half, and moved on with my life. That ruining his business and exposing him to his investors was vindictive. That I turned into someone cold and calculating. One friend told me she barely recognized me anymore, that the person who did all that wasn't the woman she'd known for years. Maybe they're right. Maybe I did become someone else during those weeks of watching and waiting and documenting every lie. But here's what I keep coming back to. He didn't just cheat on me. He stole from his business. He lied to his investors who'd trusted him with their money. He used company funds to pay for hotels and gifts for his mistress. And when he got caught, he called it a mistake. Like it was some small thing he could apologize away and we'd all move on. The thing that bothers me most isn't even the cheating, if I'm being honest. It's how stupid he thought I was. How he'd come home and talk about Sienna right to my face, thinking I'd never put it together. How he left his laptop unlocked because he assumed I wasn't interested enough in his business to look. How he built this whole secret life on the assumption that I was too busy with my own career to notice what he was doing. I didn't ruin him. He ruined himself. I just made sure there were consequences for it. My life now is quieter. I'm still at the same firm, still doing the same work. I bought out his half of the house in the settlement, so I'm still living here. Sometimes I think about selling it and starting completely fresh somewhere else. But I like this place. I'm not going to let what he did chase me out of my own home. I've started going to therapy too, which has been helpful. My therapist asked me if I felt guilty about what I did to Luke's business. I told her no. She asked if I felt satisfied. I told her not really. Mostly I just feel tired. Some people have asked me if I'd do it differently if I could go back. If I'd just confront him that first night and leave, spare us both the months of pretending and plotting. And honestly, I don't know. Part of me thinks a clean break would have been healthier. But another part of me knows that if I'd just left, he would have kept doing this. To someone else. With someone else's money. And he would have learned nothing except that he could get away with it. So maybe what I did wasn't about revenge. Maybe it was about making sure he actually faced what he'd done. Or maybe I'm just telling myself that to feel better about it. Either way, it's done now. He called it a mistake, and I made sure that mistake cost him everything. It all fell apart when I caught her best friend sneaking out of our house at dawn. I'm 33 years old, married to Emma, 31, for 5 years now. We met in college during one of those stupid icebreaker events freshman year, and honestly, it felt like we just clicked right away. Got married young, bought a house in the suburbs, the whole 9 yards. Everyone always said we were the perfect couple. I believed it too. Emma always had this best friend, Jake. They met in college around the same time she met me, and from day one, she made it clear he was like a brother to her. I never had a problem with it. Jake was around constantly. He'd show up for dinners at our place, came on group vacations with us and other friends, was even at our anniversary parties every single year. I actually liked the guy. We'd watch football together, and he helped me install new cabinets in the kitchen last summer. I trusted both of them completely. Never even crossed my mind that there could be anything more there. About 3 months ago, things started feeling off. Nothing I could put my finger on at first, just this weird shift in the energy whenever all 3 of us were together. I'd walk into the living room, and their conversation would just stop. Not like a natural pause, but that abrupt kind of silence where you know they were just talking about you. Emma started putting a password on her phone, which was weird because in 5 years of marriage, she'd never done that. Her phone was always just sitting there on the counter, unlocked, and suddenly it was face down and password protected. Jake started coming over more when I wasn't home. Emma would mention it casually like, "Oh, Jake stopped by today," and I'd think nothing of it. But it kept happening. She was always too tired for anything physical with me, but I'd come home and find her wide awake at midnight, smiling at her phone. She said it was just her group chat with her girlfriends. I wanted to believe her. Then there were these inside jokes I wasn't part of anymore. They'd reference something and laugh, and when I'd ask what was funny, Emma would just wave it off with, "You had to be there." Except I was there. I was her husband. I lived there. The thing that really got me happened 3 weeks ago. I left for work early one morning, around 5:30, because I had a presentation to prep for. Got halfway to the office and realized I'd left my laptop sitting on the kitchen table. I turned around and headed back home. It was just past 6 in the morning when I pulled into our driveway. Jake's car was parked on the street outside our house. I sat there for a second, trying to come up with some reasonable explanation. Maybe he had an emergency. Maybe he needed something. But at 6 in the morning? Then our front door opened, and Jake walked out. He was wearing a hoodie and jeans, and the second he saw my car, his face went completely white. He froze on the front steps like a deer in headlights. I got out of my car and just looked at him. Didn't say anything at first because my brain was trying to process what I was seeing. "Hey man," he said, and his voice cracked a little. "I was just, Emma called me. Said the kitchen faucet was leaking and she needed help before you got home." At 6 in the morning. The faucet that wasn't leaking when I left 30 minutes ago. I just nodded. "Right. Thanks for helping out." He practically ran to his car. I grabbed my laptop from inside, and Emma was in the shower, humming to herself like it was just another normal morning. She came out in her towel, smiled at me, asked why I was back. I told her I forgot my laptop. She didn't even flinch, just kissed me on the cheek and said she'd see me tonight. I went to work, but I couldn't focus on anything. That weak excuse kept playing in my head. The faucet. At 6 in the morning. The way he looked caught. The way Emma was so calm, so normal. That's when I knew I couldn't confront them yet. If I was wrong, I'd look insane. If I was right and said something now, they'd just get better at hiding it. I needed proof. Real, undeniable proof. So I started planning. I spent that entire day at work researching security cameras. Not the obvious ones with blinking lights, but the small, discreet ones that look like phone chargers or smoke detectors. Ordered a set online with overnight shipping and took the next day off work without telling Emma. Told her I had back-to-back meetings all day. The cameras arrived Friday morning. Emma had plans to visit her mom that weekend, said she'd be gone most of Saturday. Perfect timing. I installed 3 of them while she was gone. One in the living room inside a bookshelf, one in the bedroom hidden in the alarm clock on my nightstand, and one pointed at the front entrance from the hallway. Set them all up to send alerts to my phone and save footage to the cloud. Then I waited. For 3 days, nothing happened. Emma went to work, came home, we had dinner, watched TV, went to bed. Normal married life. I started to think maybe I was losing it. Maybe Jake really was just helping with the faucet, and I'd turned into some paranoid husband who was about to ruin his marriage over nothing. Day 4 was a Wednesday. I was in a meeting at work around 1 in the afternoon when my phone buzzed with an alert from the front door camera. I excused myself, said I needed to take a call, and went out to my car in the parking lot. Pulled up the live feed on my phone. Jake's car was in the driveway. I switched to the front entrance camera and watched him and Emma walk in together, laughing about something. She was wearing the dress I'd complimented that morning. They went straight down the hallway toward our bedroom. I sat in my car for 20 minutes just staring at my phone screen. The bedroom camera had a clear view of the bed. I'm not going to describe what I saw, but it was enough. More than enough. I watched for maybe 30 seconds before I had to close the app because I thought I was going to be sick. Went back inside and told my boss I had food poisoning. Drove around for 3 hours because I couldn't go home yet. Emma texted me around 4 asking what I wanted for dinner. I said I'd grab something on the way home. That night, I waited until she fell asleep. Then I went through all the footage from the past 4 days on my laptop in the spare bedroom. Found 2 other instances I'd missed. Monday afternoon while I was at work. Tuesday morning after I left. This wasn't new. This wasn't a one-time thing. I started going through older footage from our shared iPad that Emma had forgotten to fully delete, found texts between them going back 6 months, right after Jake got engaged to his fiancée, Sarah. They'd been meeting up at hotels when I traveled for work. She'd been using our joint account to pay for some of them. I pulled up our bank statements and saw it clear as day. Charges from hotels in the city on nights I was out of town for conferences. The whole thing had been going on for half a year, and I'd been completely clueless. I saved everything, downloaded all the camera footage to 3 different hard drives, and uploaded copies to cloud storage. Took screenshots of every text conversation I could find. Built an entire folder of evidence like I was preparing for trial. But the thing that really broke me happened on day 6 of having the cameras running. I was watching the footage from that afternoon, and they were in the living room this time, sitting on our couch. The couch Emma and I picked out together. Jake said something I couldn't quite hear, and then Emma laughed and said, "He has no idea. He actually thinks we're just friends." Jake grinned and said, "He's so trusting it's almost sad." They both laughed, like it was funny, like making a fool out of me was some kind of inside joke they shared. That conversation sealed it for me. I wasn't just going to leave quietly. I wasn't going to let them think they'd gotten away with it, or that I was too stupid to figure it out. I wasn't going to be the pathetic husband who found out and just disappeared without anyone knowing why. I took another day off work, called a divorce attorney and had papers drawn up. Made a compilation video of the clearest footage. Not the bedroom stuff, just enough to show them together, the timeline, the pattern. Then I made a list of everyone who needed to see it. Emma had yoga every Thursday evening at 7. She never missed it. At least that's what she told me, though now I wasn't sure if she was actually going to yoga or meeting up with Jake. Didn't matter anymore. I just needed her out of the house for a few hours. The list I made had 15 people on it. Emma's parents, Jake's fiancée, Sarah, and every single mutual friend who'd recently made comments about me being too controlling when I'd asked Emma why she was coming home so late, or why she was always on her phone. They all thought I was the problem. They were about to find out I wasn't. I sent the video with a simple message. I thought you all should know who you've been defending. Hit send and watched it go out to everyone at once. Then I logged into our joint bank account and transferred my half to my personal account. Every dollar I'd contributed over the past 5 years. Left her half untouched because I'm not a thief, but I wasn't about to let her have access to my money during the divorce. Packed 2 suitcases with my clothes and important documents, grabbed my laptop and the hard drives with all the evidence. Left the wedding photos on the wall because I didn't want them anymore. Put the divorce papers on the kitchen counter with a note that said, "Your secret's out. Don't contact me. Speak to my lawyer." I was at my brother's place across town by the time Emma got home from yoga. Within an hour, my phone started blowing up. Texts, calls, voicemails. I ignored most of them at first, just let them pile up. Finally looked through them around 9 that night. Emma had sent about 30 messages. The first few were angry, calling me every name in the book, saying I had no right to go through her private life. Then they shifted to panic, begging me to come home so we could talk about this. Then desperation, saying she was sorry, that it was a mistake, that she loved me. I deleted all of them without responding. Her parents called me. Her dad apologized, said he had no idea, said if he'd known he would have stopped it. Her mom was crying in the background. I told them I appreciated the call, but I needed space. They understood. Sarah, Jake's fiancée, called me around 10. She was crying so hard I could barely understand her at first. She thanked me for showing her. Said she'd had suspicions, but Jake always made her feel crazy for questioning him. She'd already kicked him out of their apartment. Told me she was sorry I had to go through this too. The mutual friends were split. About half of them sent apologies, saying they were wrong about me, that they should have listened when I voiced concerns. The other half said I went too far by making it public, that I should have handled it privately. I didn't respond to any of them. Jake sent me one text around midnight. "You're a vindictive asshole." I blocked his number immediately. Emma called the next morning. I almost didn't answer, but I figured she'd just keep trying. She was screaming before I even said hello, telling me I'd humiliated her, that I'd sent that video to everyone. How could I do this to her? Like she was the victim in all this. I let her finish. Then I said, "No, you did that yourself. I just hit play." She tried to explain, said it just happened, that she never meant to hurt me, that Jake was there for her when I was working long hours. Started crying and saying she still loved me, that we could fix this. I hung up while she was mid-sentence. Haven't spoken to her since. That was 2 weeks ago. I'm still at my brother's place. The divorce is moving forward. Sarah called off her engagement with Jake. Emma's parents apparently aren't speaking to her right now, which I feel slightly bad about, but not bad enough to regret what I did. Some people think I was justified. Others think I should have just filed for divorce quietly and moved on without airing everything out. My brother says I did what I had to do. My mom thinks I was too harsh. Honestly, I don't know anymore. Sometimes at night I wonder if I went too far. Then I remember them sitting on my couch, laughing about how clueless I was, and I feel vindicated all over again. Part of me feels like I got the justice I deserved. Another part feels like maybe I stooped to their level by humiliating them publicly instead of just walking away. I still see their faces on that camera footage when I close my eyes. Still hear Emma laughing about how trusting I was. Maybe that's why I did it. Maybe I just needed everyone else to see what I saw. Nothing stings like a daughter's payback. I, 28, am a lawyer specializing in estate and inheritance law. But this story starts when I was just a 10-year-old kid, desperate for a mother figure. My mom died when I was 7, and by the time I turned 10, my dad brought Linda home. She was in her early 30s then, beautiful, warm, or at least that's what she wanted everyone to think. The thing about Linda was that she had two faces. Around my dad, she was perfect. She'd ruffle my hair, ask about school, make my favorite meals. But the second he left for work or went to another room, that warmth disappeared. She'd criticize everything I did. My clothes were wrong. My grades weren't good enough. I was too loud or too quiet. I broke things I never touched. Money went missing from her purse, and somehow it was always my fault. I tried telling my dad once, maybe twice. But Linda was smart. She made me sound like a jealous kid who couldn't accept her. My dad would give me these disappointed looks and tell me to give her a chance. So I stopped trying. I just survived. 8 years of that. 8 years of walking on eggshells in my own house. Then my dad died suddenly when I was 18. Heart attack. One day he was fine. The next day he was gone. I was devastated, but I thought at least Linda and I could maybe figure things out. We were both grieving, right? Wrong. Within a week of the funeral, she dropped the act completely. The will reading happened about 2 weeks later. I sat in that lawyer's office expecting to at least get something, maybe enough for college. The house had been my mom's family home originally. I figured Dad would have made sure I had a place to live. But Linda produced a will that left her everything. The house, the savings, even my mom's jewelry and photo albums. Everything that was supposed to be mine. The lawyer looked uncomfortable but said it was all legal and valid. I got a small box of my mom's photos because Linda said she was being generous. I had 2 weeks to move out. No money for college, no safety net, nothing. I moved into a tiny apartment and worked 3 jobs just to survive. Linda sold most of my mom's things at an estate sale. I drove by once and saw strangers walking out with my mother's jewelry box. That's when I decided I'd become a lawyer. Not just any lawyer, one who specialized in estates and inheritance. I'd make sure what happened to me never happened to anyone else. 10 years later, I'm exactly where I planned to be. And that's when Linda's name crossed my desk. My firm took on a case involving a lawsuit about fraudulent estate practices. Nothing unusual. We handle these all the time. I was assigned to review a network of potentially suspicious wills from the past decade. Just routine work, looking for patterns. Except I found one. Elderly men, no close family, sudden marriages to younger women, new wills written right before they died. Everything left to the wives. It happened over and over. And then I saw her name. Linda Martinez, my stepmother. I sat there staring at my computer screen for probably 20 minutes. It wasn't just one case. She was connected to 5 different estates over 15 years. 5 men who had all died and left everything to their recent wives. My dad was number 3. I started digging deeper. Her pattern was always the same. She'd befriend lonely widowers, usually wealthy ones. She'd marry them fast, maybe 6 months after meeting them. Then she'd isolate them from whatever family or friends they had left. New wills would get drafted. Then the husbands would die, sometimes within a year of the marriage. 2 of them died under circumstances that were questioned but never fully investigated. One fell down the stairs. Another had a medication mix-up that caused a fatal reaction. My dad's heart attack suddenly seemed less random. The real breakthrough came when I found the connection to a lawyer who'd been disbarred 3 years ago for forging documents. He'd handled multiple wills in Linda's network, including my father's. I pulled my dad's file. There were 2 wills on record. The one Linda presented that left her everything, and an older one, buried in the archived files. The original will left everything to me. Linda was supposed to get a small trust, enough to be comfortable but not wealthy. The second will, her will, had signatures that a handwriting analyst had flagged as questionable years ago, but no one followed up on it. She'd been planning to rob me before my dad even died. I had to tell the senior partners at my firm. They sat me down and asked if I wanted to recuse myself. Conflict of interest, personal involvement, all of that. But I knew this case better than anyone. I knew how Linda operated because I'd lived through it. They let me stay on the team but kept me behind the scenes. I compiled everything. Every forged signature, every suspicious death, every pattern of manipulation. I handed it all to the investigators and watched them build a case that Linda couldn't talk her way out of. She was arrested 6 weeks later. Multiple counts of fraud, forgery, and elder abuse. All her assets were frozen. I went to her arraignment as part of the legal team. She didn't recognize me at first. It had been 10 years, and I'd changed. But then she looked closer, and her face went completely white. I didn't say anything. I just stared at her the same way she used to stare at me when my dad wasn't looking. Cold, empty, like she was nothing. The legal proceedings dragged on for months. Linda tried to fight it, but the evidence was overwhelming. She was convicted on multiple charges, and all her fraudulently obtained assets were seized. That included everything she'd stolen from my father's estate. The investigation into my dad's will confirmed what I'd found. The document she'd used was forged. The court ruled that I was the rightful heir and had been all along, which meant the house was mine again. After 10 years, I went back there last month. It was empty. All of Linda's stuff had been cleared out during the asset seizure. Walking through those rooms felt surreal. I hadn't been inside since I was 18. Some things looked exactly the same. Other things were completely different. She'd redecorated, erased almost every trace of my mom. They found my mom's heirlooms in a storage unit Linda had been renting. She'd kept them all this time instead of selling them like I thought. I don't know why. Maybe she planned to sell them eventually, or maybe she just wanted to keep them from me. Either way, I have them back now. People keep asking me if I feel satisfied, if this was revenge. Honestly, I don't know what I feel. There's some satisfaction, sure. Linda is serving 8 to 12 years, possibly more as they continue investigating her other victims. She can't hurt anyone else. But it doesn't bring back the time I lost with my dad. It doesn't erase those 8 years of living in that house feeling worthless. I found something while cleaning out the house last week. My dad's real will was hidden in a drawer in his office. There was a letter with it, dated a few months before he died. He wrote that if anything happened to him, he wanted me to know he loved me, that he was proud of me, that he hoped I'd understand why he did things the way he did. Reading it, I think he might have suspected Linda was dangerous. I think he knew something was wrong, but died before he could do anything about it. I haven't decided if I'm keeping the house. Some days I walk through it and feel like I'm home. Other days the walls feel like they're closing in with memories I'd rather forget. Last week, I got contacted by one of Linda's almost victims, an elderly man she'd been seeing right before her arrest. He wanted to meet for coffee to thank me. I showed up yesterday, and he had his daughter with him. She was young, maybe 23. The way she looked at me reminded me of myself at 10 years old, desperate for Linda's approval. It made me wonder if there are others out there like me, kids who Linda pushed aside or damaged. And honestly, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
She made me think I was the problem, until I uncovered her secret second life. I'm a 30-year-old software engineer, and for 3 years I lived with my girlfriend, Mia, 28, who worked as a nurse. We had what I thought was a solid relationship. We talked about marriage, kids, the whole future. I trusted her completely, never had a reason not to. About 6 months ago, things started changing. Mia began picking up more night shifts at the hospital. At first, I didn't think much of it. Healthcare workers pick up extra shifts all the time, right? The money was good, and she said she was trying to save up for our future. I supported it, told her I was proud of her work ethic. But then the pattern became weird. She'd come home at 2 or 3 a.m., and the first thing she'd do was go straight to the shower. Every single time. Not a hello, not a kiss, just straight to the bathroom. She'd shower for like 20 minutes, then come out and go directly to bed. Her phone became this extension of her hand, too. Always face down on the table, always with her in every room. She'd take it to the bathroom, to the kitchen, everywhere. When notifications came through, she'd snatch it up before I could even glance in that direction. I started feeling this knot in my stomach whenever she'd leave for work. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. So I tried talking to her about it. Asked if everything was okay, if work was stressing her out, if we were good. That's when things got worse. She turned it around on me every single time. Called me paranoid. Said I was being controlling and insecure. Asked why I didn't trust her after 3 years together. She'd get teary-eyed and tell me that my behavior was pushing her away, that she couldn't be in a relationship where she was constantly questioned. I actually started believing her. Started thinking maybe I was the problem. Maybe I was being too clingy, too suspicious for no reason. I'm not naturally a jealous person. Never have been. I'd never gone through her phone before. Never felt the need to track her whereabouts or demand explanations. But the way she reacted whenever I brought up her behavior made me feel guilty for even asking. So I backed off. I apologized multiple times for being insecure. Told myself I needed to work on my trust issues, that the relationship was fine and I was creating problems where there weren't any. For weeks I tried to be better. Tried to be the supportive boyfriend who didn't question anything. When she'd come home late, I'd just smile and ask how work was. She'd give one-word answers and head to the shower. I'd lie in bed listening to the water run, feeling like an idiot for even having doubts. Then came the night that changed everything. Mia came home from another long shift around midnight, said she was exhausted, gave me a quick kiss, and headed straight to the shower like always. I was in the kitchen making myself a late dinner. Her iPad was sitting on the counter charging. It pinged with a message notification, and the preview lit up the screen. I wasn't trying to snoop. I was literally just standing there stirring pasta when I saw it. The message said, "Can't wait to see you tomorrow night again. Heart." My stomach dropped. I just stood there staring at that screen. The shower was still running in the bathroom. My hands started shaking. I could hear my pulse in my ears. Part of me wanted to ignore it, to tell myself it was probably just a friend or coworker being friendly. But I knew. Deep down, I already knew. I picked up the iPad. She used the same passcode for everything, and I knew it because she'd given it to me years ago when we first moved in together. My fingers felt numb as I typed it in. The iPad unlocked. I opened the message thread. What I saw made me feel sick. Dozens of texts, photos, plans and schedules. The guy's name was Ryan, and from the context, he was a doctor at her hospital. They'd been seeing each other for months. There were messages about hotels, about how they had to be careful, about him promising to leave his wife eventually. Mia complaining about me in those texts, calling me clingy and paranoid. Him reassuring her that they'd be together soon. I scrolled back through weeks of messages.
Every night she'd told me she was working a double shift. She was with him. Every time she'd showered immediately after coming home, she'd been washing him off her skin. I took screenshots of everything, sent them all to my email, put the iPad back exactly where it was. Then I walked to our bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall, listening to her shower and sing softly to herself, like she didn't have a care in the world. I didn't confront her that night. I didn't yell or throw things or kick her out. I just sat there until she came out of the shower, then told her I was tired and going to bed. She kissed my forehead and said goodnight, like everything was normal, like she hadn't just spent the evening with another man. The next morning, I got up and went to work like nothing had happened. Kissed her goodbye when she left for her shift. She had no idea I knew anything, and I wanted to keep it that way for now. See, I'm a software engineer. I solve problems methodically. I think things through. And I realized that if I confronted Mia right then, she'd just deny everything. She'd delete the messages, gaslight me more, make me look crazy. She'd already spent months making me doubt myself. She was good at it. I needed to be smarter than that. Over the next week, I became someone I didn't recognize. I went through everything I could access. I organized all the screenshots into folders by date. I created a timeline matching her supposed work schedule against when she was actually with Ryan. I even cross-referenced it with her pay stubs that she left on the desk in our home office. Turns out she wasn't even getting paid for half those shifts she claimed to be working. The lies were so obvious once I actually looked at the evidence. The whole time, I acted completely normal at home. We had dinner together, watched TV. She complained about difficult patients and hospital politics. I nodded and listened, knowing exactly what kind of politics she was really dealing with. It was almost surreal, sitting across from her at the table, watching her lie to my face while I knew the truth. Then I did something I'm still not sure how I feel about. I found Ryan on social media. It wasn't hard. Mia had mentioned he worked in cardiology, and there were only 3 doctors named Ryan in that department at her hospital. His Facebook was mostly private, but his profile picture showed him with his wife Sarah and their 2 young kids. They looked happy, like we used to look. I sat there staring at that photo for a long time. Sarah had no idea what her husband was doing, just like I hadn't known what Mia was doing. And I thought about how Mia had made me feel crazy for months, how she'd manipulated me into thinking I was the problem. I thought about Sarah going through the same thing, maybe already suspicious, but having no proof, being told she was paranoid just like I was. So I created a new email account, wrote Sarah a message, kept it short and to the point, said I was sorry to be the one telling her this, but her husband was having an affair with someone from his hospital. I attached every screenshot I had, every message, every photo, every lie. I hit send before I could talk myself out of it. She responded within an hour. Said she'd suspected something but had no proof. Thanked me for telling her. Asked if we could talk on the phone. We did. Turns out this wasn't Ryan's first affair. He'd done this before at a previous hospital with a different coworker. Sarah had forgiven him that time, gone to counseling with him, tried to make it work. She wasn't going to make that mistake again. What happened next was like watching a controlled demolition. Sarah filed for divorce within 3 days. But she didn't stop there. She sent all the screenshots to the hospital's board of directors with a formal complaint. The hospital had strict policies about workplace relationships, especially between doctors and nurses where there's a power dynamic. Ryan was a senior attending physician. Mia was a floor nurse who reported to his department. Meanwhile, at home, Mia had no idea any of this was building. She kept going to work, kept coming home late, kept showering immediately. I kept acting normal. We celebrated her birthday that week. I got her flowers. She told me I was the best boyfriend she could ask for. It took about a week and a half for everything to hit. I was working from home when Mia came through the door in the middle of the day. That never happened. Her face was red and splotchy from crying. Her hands were shaking. She saw me sitting on the couch with my laptop and just lost it. She started screaming that I'd ruined her life, that I'd destroyed her career, that HR had put her on administrative leave pending an investigation, that everyone at the hospital knew about her and Ryan, that Ryan's wife was divorcing him, and he was blaming Mia for everything. I just looked at her and asked how she knew it was me. She stopped mid-sentence, stammered something about Ryan's wife mentioning someone sent her screenshots, said it had to be me because who else would do that? I closed my laptop, stood up, walked to the bedroom, and came back with 2 suitcases I'd already packed with her clothes and stuff. Set them down by the front door. Then I handed her a manila folder. She opened it. Inside was every screenshot printed out. The timeline. Everything organized and labeled. I told her she'd spent months calling me paranoid and making me think I was losing my mind. Turned out I was just observant. Mia tried everything after I showed her that folder. First came the tears and begging. She said it was a mistake, that she'd been confused, that she'd end things with Ryan immediately, said we could go to therapy and work through this, that she loved me and wanted to fix us. I didn't say anything, just stood there watching her cry. Part of me wanted to feel something, sympathy, anger, sadness, anything. But I just felt empty. When the begging didn't work, she switched to anger, started yelling about how I had no right to contact Sarah, that I'd deliberately sabotaged her career out of spite, that exposing her to the hospital board was vindictive and cruel. She called me psychotic, said I'd been plotting revenge like some kind of stalker, that a normal person would have just broken up with her, not tried to destroy her entire life. I told her she could stay at a hotel for the night, but she needed to be out of the apartment by the weekend. She left with her suitcases, still crying, still yelling at me from the hallway. I changed the locks that Saturday. The apartment was in my name only. We'd talked about adding her to the lease, but never got around to it. Legally, I didn't owe her anything. I texted her when her remaining stuff would be outside in boxes, made sure I wasn't home when she came to get it. The texts started coming after that. Long messages that went back and forth between apologizing and blaming me. She'd send me paragraphs at 2 a.m. about how she never meant to hurt me, how Ryan had pursued her and she'd been weak. Then the next day she'd send more messages calling me controlling and saying I'd shown my true colors, that I'd always been jealous and insecure, and this was proof. I blocked her number after 2 weeks of that. Blocked her on social media too. I didn't want to hear it anymore. Through a mutual friend who still works at the hospital, I heard what happened with the investigation. Ryan's divorce went through pretty quickly. Sarah had ironclad evidence and he didn't even fight it. The hospital investigation took longer but eventually concluded that both Ryan and Mia had violated multiple workplace policies. Ryan got demoted and transferred to a different floor. Mia was given the option to resign or be terminated. She resigned. Last I heard, she moved back in with her parents in another state. Got a job at some smaller clinic where nobody knew about the scandal. Ryan apparently tried to contact her after his divorce finalized, wanting to actually be together now that he was single. She blocked him. Guess he wasn't so appealing when he wasn't forbidden anymore. My friends have mixed opinions about what I did. Some say I had every right to expose the affair, especially to Sarah, who deserved to know her husband was cheating again. They say I did the right thing, protecting another person from being lied to. Others think contacting the hospital board crossed a line, that I cost Mia her career out of revenge when I could have just broken up with her and moved on. Honestly, I go back and forth on it myself. In the moment, it felt like justice, like I was making sure there were actual consequences instead of just letting her walk away and start over somewhere else with her reputation intact. She'd made me feel insane for months, made me doubt myself and apologize for having basic concerns. I wanted her to face something real. But sometimes, late at night, I wonder if I took it too far. If I was just hurt and angry and lashing out in the most damaging way possible. If I'm actually the vindictive person she said I was in those final messages. The apartment feels different now. Quieter. I've been on a few dates over the past couple months. Nothing serious. It's hard to trust people now. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. For someone to tell me I'm being paranoid when I'm actually right. I think about those months where she was lying to my face every single day. Coming home from being with him and getting into bed next to me, turning everything around to make me feel guilty for noticing something was wrong. That's the part that still gets me. Not even the cheating itself, but the gaslighting. The way she made me doubt my own mind. So I guess that's my story. I exposed my cheating girlfriend to her affair partner's wife and their employer, and now she's lost her job and had to move states. Some people think I'm justified. Others think I'm an asshole who went nuclear. I'm still not sure which one I am. She thought her work trips were her secret, until I showed up at the hotel conference. I'm a 36-year-old husband, married to Laura, 34, for 7 years now. Or at least I was when this all went down. She works in corporate sales, one of those jobs where travel is just part of the deal. Training seminars, client meetings, industry conferences. I got used to it pretty early on. Trusted her completely, actually. Never had a reason not to. The first couple years of marriage, her trips were normal. 2, maybe 3 days max. She'd call every night, tell me about her day, complain about the hotel breakfast, or whatever boring presentation she had to sit through. We'd video chat before bed. It was fine. I never questioned it. But then things started changing. The trips got longer. What used to be a quick 2-day thing turned into 4 days, then a week. Her calls got shorter too. Always rushed, always in a meeting, or about to walk into a session. The video calls stopped altogether. She said the hotel Wi-Fi was terrible, or she was too exhausted, or her phone was dying. Always some excuse. I tried to ignore the feeling in my gut. Told myself I was being paranoid, that I was turning into one of those jealous husbands who can't handle their wife having a career. I didn't want to be that guy. So I kept my mouth shut and tried to act normal. Then she came back from a conference in Chicago in February with a tan. A real tan, not the fake stuff. I asked her about it, and she laughed it off. Said the hotel had an indoor pool with sun lamps or some garbage like that. I nodded and smiled. But come on. Sun lamps in Chicago in February? I'm not an idiot. That's when I started paying more attention. Looking back at credit card statements. Checking her location on Find My iPhone when she was gone. Nothing concrete, just little things that didn't add up. Charges from hotel spas, expensive dinners, room service at weird hours. She always had explanations ready, always so casual about it. The breaking point came about a month after the Chicago trip. I was having drinks with my buddy Mike, who also works in corporate sales. Different company, but same industry. We were catching up, talking about work, and he casually mentioned seeing Laura at some luxury resort. He said it so offhand, like it was nothing. Hey, didn't know your wife's company sent people to the Grandview Resort. Saw her there last month. Nice place. I played it cool, asked him what he meant. He said he was there for his own conference and saw her by the pool bar with some guy. He assumed it was a work thing, a client or a coworker or whatever. Didn't think anything of it. I went home that night and looked up the Grandview Resort. 5 stars, luxury spa, infinity pool, no business center, no conference halls. Not the kind of place you go for a corporate training seminar. I didn't confront Laura. I'm not stupid enough to walk in with half the story and let her spin some excuse I'd probably believe. I needed proof. Real proof. So I waited for her next work trip. She always forwarded me her itinerary, some safety thing we'd agreed on years ago so I'd know where she was. 2 weeks later, I got the email. Denver Sales Training Symposium, April 14 to 17. She'd be staying at the Grandview Resort, Denver. There it was. The same hotel chain Mike had mentioned. I pulled up the company website and searched for their Denver conference facilities. Nothing. Just spa packages and romantic getaway deals. That's when I made the decision. I wasn't going to sit at home wondering anymore. I booked a flight to Denver for April 15th, cleared my work schedule, and reserved a room at the same hotel. Paid cash, used a different last name. I packed a bag, told Laura I had a guy's weekend planned, and prepared to see exactly what kind of training my wife was really doing. The flight was Tuesday morning. I barely slept the night before. Part of me hoped I was wrong, that I'd get there and find out there really was a conference, and I was just being paranoid. But the other part of me, the part that had been watching her lie for months, knew better. I landed in Denver at noon and headed straight to the hotel. I checked into the Grandview around 1 in the afternoon. The front desk didn't ask questions, just handed me my key and pointed me toward the elevators. I went up to my room, dropped my bag, and pulled out the conference schedule Laura had forwarded to her boss a few weeks back. She'd accidentally CC'd me on a work email months ago, so I had her boss's contact info saved. That little mistake was about to pay off. The schedule said, Day 1, 9 a.m., Sales Strategy Workshop, Aspen Conference Room. I'd missed it by a few hours, but I figured I'd check it out anyway. Took the elevator back down and found the Aspen Conference Room on the second floor. There was no workshop. The room was completely set up for a wedding reception. White tablecloths, flower centerpieces, the whole deal. A hotel employee walked by, and I asked her about the sales conference. She looked confused, said there was no conference booked in that room all week, just the wedding on Saturday. That's when I knew for sure. All those schedules she'd been sending, all those itineraries, complete fiction. I went back to my room and opened Find My iPhone. We'd shared our locations years ago, one of those for safety things couples do. I'd never actually used it to track her before, but now I watched that little dot on the screen like my life depended on it. She was at the hotel. Had been all morning. But she wasn't anywhere near the conference rooms. Her phone pinged from the pool area around 2 in the afternoon. Then the spa. Then it stayed in one spot for a couple hours. Room 847. Not the room she'd told me she was staying in. Not even close. I spent the rest of the day in my room, ordering room service, watching that dot move around the hotel. It felt surreal, like I was in some bad movie. But I needed to see it with my own eyes. I needed to catch her in the act, not just track her phone. Around 7 that evening, I went down to the hotel bar, found a corner booth with a clear view of the entrance and ordered a whiskey. Figured I might be there a while. I wasn't. At 7:30, Laura walked in wearing a black dress I'd never seen before. She looked good, I'll give her that. Hair done, makeup perfect. Not the exhausted business traveler she always claimed to be after a long day of conferences. She wasn't alone. There was a guy with her, mid-40s maybe, expensive suit, wedding ring on his left hand. They walked in like they owned the place, completely comfortable with each other. His hand was on her lower back, guiding her toward the bar. She leaned into him, laughed at something he said. They sat down and ordered drinks. I couldn't hear what they were saying from where I was sitting, but I didn't need to. The way they looked at each other, The way she touched his arm, the way he smiled at her. I'd seen enough married couples to know what I was looking at. I pulled out my phone and started taking photos. Clear shots, timestamps enabled, location services on. Evidence. That's all I could think about. I needed evidence that would hold up, that she couldn't explain away. They finished their first round and ordered another, completely oblivious to everything around them. Then he leaned in and kissed her. Not a peck on the cheek, not some friendly European double kiss thing. A real kiss. And she kissed him back without hesitation. I sat there for another 20 minutes watching them. Took more photos. Watched him pay for their drinks with what looked like a company card. Watched them get up and head toward the elevators, his arm around her waist. I didn't follow them. I'd seen enough. I knew where this was going, and I didn't need to see that part. Instead, I went back to my room and pulled up our credit card statements on my laptop, started going through every charge from the past 6 months, cross-referencing them with her work trip dates. Grandview Resort charges going back months. $1,500 here, $2,000 there. Spa treatments, room service, all on her company card. I saved everything to a USB drive. The photos, the statements, the fake conference schedule, screenshots of her location history. Built a complete timeline of lies. Then I looked up her company's actual conference schedule online. Turns out they were hosting a regional sales summit that week. At the Grand Hyatt, Denver, a completely different hotel across town. I set my alarm for 6 in the morning and tried to sleep. Tomorrow, I was going to make sure everyone knew exactly what Laura had been doing on these work trips. I woke up at 6, showered, and put on the best suit I'd packed. If I was going to blow up my wife's career, I figured I should at least look professional doing it. The Grand Hyatt was about 20 minutes away. I got there around 8:30, right when the morning sessions were starting. The lobby was full of people in business casual, wearing conference badges. Laura's company logo was everywhere. I walked up to the registration desk and asked for Patricia Morrison, Laura's boss. The guy at the desk pointed me toward a woman in her 50s talking to a group of sales reps near the coffee station. I waited until she broke away from the group, then approached her. I introduced myself as Laura's husband and said we needed to talk. Her face went from confused to concerned in about 2 seconds. I handed her the USB drive and told her she might want to check who'd been attending these conferences. Explained that Laura was currently at the Grandview Resort and hadn't attended a single session at the actual conference. Told her the USB had photos from last night and expense reports that wouldn't match up with any legitimate business activity. Patricia's expression went cold. She thanked me, said she'd look into it immediately, and that was it. The whole conversation took maybe 3 minutes. I left before anyone could ask questions. I flew home that afternoon without telling Laura I'd been in Denver at all. She called me that evening, sounding cheerful, telling me about how boring the seminars were and how she missed me. I played along, asked her how the conference was going, told her I loved her. It felt like talking to a stranger. She came home 3 days later acting completely normal. Told me all about the terrible conference food and the monotonous presentations she'd sat through. Even showed me some pamphlets she must have grabbed from the actual conference hotel. I nodded and smiled and pretended to believe every word. The following Monday, she got called into HR. She texted me from work saying they wanted to review some expense reports. No big deal. By Wednesday afternoon, she came home early. I knew the second I saw her face. She'd been fired. Expense fraud, misrepresentation of company activities, violation of about a dozen company policies. She was crying. Couldn't understand how they'd found out. Kept saying it was all a mistake. I'd already moved half my stuff to my brother's place over the past 2 days. The divorce papers were sitting on the kitchen counter. I'd left a note on top. Enjoy your permanent vacation. I hope the Grandview Resort was worth 7 years. She called me 17 times that day. I finally answered the last call. She was screaming, asking how they found out, demanding to know if I'd done something. I asked her if she really thought I wouldn't find out eventually. Then I hung up. She tried to explain herself over text, said it was just physical, didn't mean anything. She still loved me. Said she'd made a mistake, but we could work through it. I blocked her number after that. The divorce was finalized 2 months ago. She tried to fight it, but the evidence was overwhelming. Photos, expense reports, hotel records, all of it. She lost the house in the settlement. Her lawyer argued I'd been vindictive in getting her fired, but my lawyer pointed out that I'd only reported legitimate fraud to her employer. What they chose to do with that information was their business. Last I heard from mutual friends, she's working retail and living with her sister. The guy from the hotel apparently blocked her number the day she lost her job. Turns out he was married too, and wanted nothing to do with the mess once it all came out. My brother thinks I did the right thing. Says she got what she deserved for lying to everyone and stealing from her company. My mom thinks I went too far, that I should have just divorced her quietly and moved on. Some friends have stopped talking to me, think I was too harsh. Others have bought me drinks and called me a hero. Honestly, I don't know what I am. She destroyed our marriage with her lies, and I made sure those lies cost her everything else too. Some days I feel justified. Other days I wonder if I let anger turn me into someone I don't recognize. The marriage was over the second she kissed that guy at the bar, but I chose to burn down her entire life on my way out. I'm still not sure if that makes me right or just vindictive. They thought I was too old to understand betrayal, but I taught them what real lessons feel like. I, 72, a retired teacher of 48 years, never thought my own son Michael, 45, and his wife Sarah, 42, would be the ones to fail my final exam. I spent nearly 5 decades shaping other people's children, teaching them about consequences and integrity, and how your actions define who you are. Funny how your own family can make you wish you'd been a worse teacher and a better scorekeeper. My wife Evelyn passed 3 years ago. Cancer took her fast, and I was lost after that. We'd been together since I was 23, and suddenly I was rattling around in our big house with nothing but her recipes and memories. Michael and Sarah had been running a small bakery for about 5 years at that point, struggling to keep it afloat. I'd already helped them with their mortgage down payment years earlier, paid for a new car when theirs died, funded repairs when their oven broke. They always said they'd pay me back eventually. I never pushed it. That's what family does, right? About 2 years ago, they sat me down and insisted I move in with them. "It'll be easier, Dad. We can take care of you. You shouldn't be alone in that big house." I didn't want to be a burden, but they were persistent, and honestly, I was tired of being alone. So I sold the house, got a decent amount for it, and when they mentioned wanting to expand the bakery, I gave them $120,000 from the sale. They were using Evelyn's recipes as their main draw, her chocolate chip cookies and cinnamon rolls, and it felt right to help them grow something with her legacy baked into it. The first few months were fine. We had family dinners. I'd help out at the bakery on weekends. Felt like I had purpose again. Then things started shifting. Conversations would stop when I walked into rooms. Sarah's responses got shorter, clipped. Michael started working later hours, skipping our morning coffee routine. I noticed they'd been having these hushed discussions about future plans, but whenever I asked, they'd change the subject. Small things started disappearing. My favorite coffee mug vanished one day. Sarah said they were decluttering. I found that odd since it was my mug, but I let it go. Then, 3 months ago, I came home early from a doctor's appointment. Heard Sarah in the kitchen, laughing on the phone with someone. I was in the hallway putting down my pharmacy bags when I heard her say it. Honestly, we can't wait to move him out. That room would make a perfect home office. Think of all the storage. She went on about how they'd found a decent facility about 20 minutes away. Just needed to figure out how to bring it up without seeming heartless. I stood there, frozen. Michael walked past me right then, saw me standing there with those pharmacy bags in my hand. He knew I'd heard. He didn't say a word, just looked at the floor and went upstairs. That silence hurt worse than anything Sarah had said. The next 2 weeks I started paying attention, really paying attention. Found them measuring my room one afternoon when they thought I was napping. Discovered real estate printouts in the recycling, all these senior living facilities circled in red pen. Overheard Michael on the phone saying I had enough left from the house sale to cover at least 2 years somewhere decent. 2 months later, I found the brochure on my bed. Glossy thing for Sunset Meadows assisted living. Post-it note in Michael's handwriting. Dad, just something to think about for the future. No rush. That evening at dinner, I brought it up. Michael gave me this rehearsed speech about how it's just an idea for when things get harder, how the place is nice and has activities. Sarah added that I'd have people my own age there. Wouldn't I be less lonely? I noticed her laptop was open to some office furniture website. After dinner, I went to the garage looking for my old fishing gear. That's when I found them. 3 boxes, neatly labeled Dad's Stuff, in Sarah's handwriting. I opened them. My photo albums, Evelyn's jewelry box, my teaching awards from 48 years of work, all packed up like I was already gone. I didn't sleep that night. Just lay there thinking about how I'd spent my whole career teaching kids that actions have consequences, that betrayal always comes back around, that family is supposed to mean something. By morning, I'd made my decision. They wanted me convenient, then invisible. Time for a final lesson. I called Robert Chen, the real estate attorney who'd handled my house sale, and asked him to pull up every piece of paperwork related to the bakery. Turns out I'd forgotten something important in my grief fog, something that was about to change everything. I met with Robert 3 days after finding those boxes in the garage, told him I needed to review some paperwork about the bakery, just wanted to make sure everything was in order. He pulled the files, and that's when he reminded me of something I'd completely forgotten. When I gave Michael and Sarah that $120,000, Robert had set it up as a business investment for tax purposes, not a gift. Made more sense that way legally, which meant I technically owned 51% equity stake in Sweet Evelyn's Bakery, LLC. Michael and Sarah were supposed to file transfer paperwork later to buy me out properly, but they never did. Just kept saying they'd handle it eventually, and I'd been too trusting to follow up. Robert looked at me over his glasses and said it plain. You're the majority owner. Legally, they're just managing your business. I sat there for a full minute just processing that. Then I asked him what my options were. He laid them out. I could demand immediate repayment of the $120,000 plus interest. I could force a sale of the whole business. I could dissolve the partnership entirely. Or I could sell my share to someone else. That last option stuck with me. Robert made some calls. Turned out there was a company called Cornerstone Bakery Supplies that had been trying to break into our area for 2 years. They supplied ingredients to bakeries all over the region, but wanted a storefront location to showcase their products. The location of Sweet Evelyn's was exactly what they needed. Corner spot, high foot traffic, established customer base. I met with their regional director, Patricia, the following week. She was sharp, asked a lot of questions about the other owners and whether they'd fight the sale. I told her I had controlling interest and they'd have no legal grounds to stop it. She did her homework, verified everything with her lawyers, confirmed the lease allowed ownership transfer. Then she made her offer. $200,000 for my 51% stake, and they'd hire me as a consultant to maintain the original recipes. That last part was crucial. It meant I'd get Evelyn's recipes back, and Michael and Sarah couldn't use them anymore. The deal would close in 30 days. I went home that day and didn't say a word about any of it. Instead, I started acting more forgetful. Left lights on, asked what day it was a few times, moved slower down the stairs. Michael and Sarah noticed. I could see them exchanging these relieved looks, like I was finally becoming the confused old man they needed me to be. Sarah started showing me more brochures, talking about how wonderful the staff at Sunset Meadows was, how they had a garden and movie nights. I played along, told her maybe she was right, that it might be nice to have less responsibility. Michael jumped on that, promised they'd visit every weekend. Sure they would. The whole time, I was documenting everything, saved every text message where they discussed my future without including me, kept all the emails about facility tours they'd scheduled. The day the sale closed, I knew, but they didn't. They were at the bakery for the morning rush, business as usual. Robert sent me a text around noon. It's done. They'll be notified by end of business day. I spent the afternoon packing my actual belongings. Not much, really. Just what mattered. I'd already found a small one-bedroom apartment across town, walking distance to the library. Put the deposit down the week before. 6 o'clock that evening, Michael's truck came screeching into the driveway. Both of them burst through the door, Michael's face bright red, Sarah's eyes wild. He threw papers on the kitchen table, some notice from Cornerstone's lawyers about the ownership transfer. Sarah was crying, angry tears. You sold our business? To them? They're shutting us down. I stayed calm, told her I sold my business, the one I paid for, the one they were planning to use to fund my nursing home stay. Michael tried to say they were going to pay me back, that this was their livelihood. I asked him if he found the brochure convenient, if he found my boxes in the garage even more convenient. Sarah tried to backtrack, said they were just exploring options. So I told them I'd heard her on the phone 3 months ago, laughing about turning my room into an office, that I'd been waiting to see if either of them would be honest with me. The room went silent. Michael tried to explain the pressure they'd been under. I cut him off, told him I understood perfectly. I gave them my wife's recipes, my home's equity, my trust. They gave me packing boxes and a pamphlet. Sarah collapsed into a chair, sobbing about losing everything. Michael went back and forth between yelling and begging, asking if there was anything we could do to fix this. I told him the sale was final. Cornerstone would take possession in 2 weeks. They'd get a buyout for their 49%, about $45,000 after debts were settled. More than fair, considering. Michael asked where they were supposed to go, what they were supposed to do. I stood up, headed toward my room, and told them I was sure they'd figure it out. They were both so good at planning futures. 2 weeks after everything exploded, Cornerstone officially opened in the old bakery location. I'd already moved into my one-bedroom apartment 3 days earlier. The place is small, but it's mine. Patricia kept her word about the consultant position. Pays me $500 a week to come in twice a week and teach the new bakers Evelyn's recipes properly. I get to share stories about my wife while showing them how she'd fold the dough just so, how she'd test the cinnamon rolls by smell alone. The new sign went up that first day. Mrs. Evelyn's Bakes, Est 2025. I stood across the street watching them hang it, and the irony wasn't lost on me. My son wanted to erase me from his life, and now his mother's name is on that building instead of his. Michael and Sarah moved in with her mother temporarily. From what I heard through mutual acquaintances, Michael found work at some corporate bakery supply warehouse. Hates it. Makes about half what he used to. Sarah's been unemployed, applying anywhere that'll take her. They stopped calling me after that night. The last text I got from Michael was about a week after the confrontation. Hope you're happy. You destroyed us. I never responded. What would I even say? My routine now is simple. Morning coffee on my balcony, library 3 times a week, consulting at the bakery. Patricia asked me to train this young baker named Marcus, who reminds me of my teaching days, eager and asking a million questions. A customer from the old bakery recognized me last week, said the cookies taste even better now. I didn't know how to feel about that. 5 weeks after everything fell apart, my doorbell rang on a Sunday morning. It was Michael, alone. He looked exhausted, older somehow, like he'd aged 5 years in a month. He asked if he could come in. We sat in my small living room, neither of us knowing what to say at first. Then he told me he and Sarah were separating. She blamed him for all of it, said he should have stood up to me, should have fought the sale harder. He said she was probably right, but not in the way she meant. He should have fought for me, not against me. When he heard Sarah on that phone call talking about moving me out, he should have shut it down immediately. I asked him why he didn't. He struggled with that, said they'd gotten comfortable, that I was just there, taking up space they wanted. He knew how sick it sounded. He kept circling back to when Evelyn died, how scared he'd been that I would just fade away, how that's why they asked me to move in. But somewhere along the way, he stopped seeing me as his father and started seeing me as a burden. Something cracked inside me hearing that, not sure if it was anger or grief or both. He asked if there was any way to fix this. I told him I didn't know if I wanted to fix it. He nodded, stood up to leave. At the door, he said he was sorry. Really sorry. Not about the money or the business, but about forgetting who I was. I watched him drive away and didn't move for an hour. That was 6 months ago now. Michael texts occasionally, surface-level stuff. Photos of his new apartment, updates about job interviews. Nothing deep. We've met for coffee twice. The conversations stay careful, like we're both walking on ice that might crack. Sarah sent me a formal apology email. I read it once, haven't responded. Not sure I will. Patricia wants to make me a permanent partner in the business, 10% stake with my name alongside Evelyn's on everything. I'm thinking about it. Some mornings I get to the bakery early, before opening, and sit there with pictures of Evelyn on the wall, her handwritten recipe cards framed like artwork. I think about all those years teaching, how I'd tell students that actions have consequences, that betrayal always circles back. Never thought I'd have to teach my own son that lesson. Never thought it would cost this much to do it. The question that keeps me up at night is whether I did the right thing or just proved I could hurt them back worse than they hurt me. Michael called yesterday, asked if I'd come to Thanksgiving at his new place. Just the 2 of us, nothing fancy, maybe order pizza. I haven't answered yet. The message sits on my phone, unread notification staring at me every time I pick it up. Patricia walked in this morning and asked if I was okay. I told her I spent 48 years teaching. You'd think I'd know whether people can actually learn from their mistakes, or if they just learn to say sorry. I've got until Thursday to decide if I believe in second chances, or if some lessons don't have makeups. Uncovering my husband's work trips led me to a revenge that ended his double life for good. I'm a 36-year-old nurse, and my husband Daniel is 38. He works as a regional sales manager for a pharmaceutical distribution company. We've been married for 8 years, together for 10 total. We live in a decent suburban neighborhood, the kind with HOA fees and neighbors who wave at you from their driveways. I thought we had a solid marriage. Not the fairy tale kind, but real and stable. The kind where you don't question things because there's no reason to. About 6 months ago, things started changing. Daniel's work trips became more frequent. He'd always traveled for his job, maybe once or twice a month for conferences or client meetings. But suddenly it was every other week, sometimes even twice a week. He'd leave Thursday morning and come back Sunday night, or leave Monday and return Wednesday. When I asked about it, he said his company was expanding into new territories, and his boss was putting pressure on all the regional managers to close more deals. I believed him. Why wouldn't I? But then the small stuff started piling up in ways I couldn't ignore. The cologne was first. Daniel had worn the same drugstore brand for years, something I'd bought him for Christmas once, and he just kept repurchasing. Then one morning I noticed something different when he kissed me goodbye. Something expensive smelling, woody and sharp. I asked him about it, and he said a colleague at work recommended it, said it made a better impression in meetings. Fine, whatever. Then came the clothes, new shirts, tailored and fitted in ways his old button-downs never were. Dark jeans that actually looked good on him. A leather jacket I'd never seen before. When I asked where they came from, he got a little defensive and said he needed to look professional for higher-level client meetings. He said his boss had even made comments about the team needing to elevate their image. It seemed plausible enough, but the phone thing was what really started eating at me. He kept it face down everywhere, on the kitchen counter, the nightstand, the bathroom sink, and he was constantly texting. During dinner, during movies we were supposed to be watching together, even while we were having conversations. I'd see his fingers moving rapidly over the screen, and whenever I got close enough to glance at it, he'd tilt it away or lock it. When I asked who he was talking to, it was always the same answer. Work, clients, his boss, needy people who couldn't wait until business hours. I wanted to believe him. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, that work really was just stressful right now, and I needed to be supportive. We'd been together a decade. He'd never given me a reason not to trust him before. 3 weeks ago, everything fell apart. I was on break at the hospital, sitting in the nurse's station and scrolling through my email when I saw a message from Daniel's company accounting department. The subject line said, "Expense report, March reimbursement." I almost deleted it, assuming it was a mistake, but something made me open it. Maybe curiosity. Maybe that nagging feeling in my gut that had been getting louder for months. The email had attachments, scanned receipts from his last business trip, hotel charges, restaurant bills, rental car fees, normal business trip expenses. Except one thing made me freeze. The hotel receipt was from Atlanta. Daniel had told me he was in Denver that week for a regional sales conference. I remembered it specifically because I'd texted him asking how he was handling the altitude, and he'd complained about getting headaches. My hands started shaking. I stared at that receipt, trying to make it make sense. Maybe the company booking system messed up. Maybe it was an old receipt that got mixed into the wrong report. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I looked up the hotel's phone number and called during my lunch break. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. When someone at the front desk answered, I forced my voice to stay calm and steady. I told them I was calling from Daniel Carter's office to confirm some details about his recent stay for our records. The woman was friendly and helpful. She pulled up his reservation and confirmed he'd checked in on March 14th and checked out on March 17th. Then she said something that made the entire world tilt sideways. She said Mr. Carter and his wife had a lovely stay in the suite with the balcony view. She asked if there was anything else she could help me with. I mumbled something about having everything I needed and hung up. Then I sat in the break room staring at the wall for 20 minutes, my lunch completely forgotten. His wife. Daniel had checked into a hotel with another woman, and she was registered as his wife. I didn't confront Daniel right away. I knew if I did, he'd have an excuse ready. He'd tell me I misunderstood, that the hotel made a mistake, that I was being paranoid. He'd probably turn it around on me somehow and make me feel crazy for even questioning him. I'd seen him do it before with smaller things, little inconsistencies that he'd explain away so smoothly that I'd end up apologizing for bringing them up. So instead, I started digging. I went through our credit card statements that night after he fell asleep, matching charges against the dates and cities he'd told me he was visiting. Most of it lined up, but there were gaps. Small purchases in cities he'd never mentioned. A dinner in Nashville when he'd said he was in Houston. Gas station charges in places that weren't anywhere near his supposed destinations. I checked his social media next. Daniel barely posted anything, maybe a few times a year. But I looked through photos where he'd been tagged by coworkers or friends. He'd untagged himself from several over the past few months, but I could still see them in other people's albums. There was one from a bar in Nashville, him laughing with his arm around someone I didn't recognize. The date stamp matched a weekend he'd told me he was at a conference in Houston. Then I found her. I'm not going to get into exactly how because it involved some privacy settings and mutual connections. But I found her. Jessica, 34 years old, works in marketing, lives in Atlanta. Her Instagram was public, and scrolling through it felt like falling down a nightmare hole. Photos of fancy restaurants with captions about date nights and how lucky she felt. A picture of her hand with a ring on it from 4 months ago, captioned, "Forever starts now," with heart emojis. Pictures of hotel rooms and room service breakfasts and sunset views from balconies. And in some of them, cropped at the edges or blurred in the background, I could see him. Daniel. Wearing shirts I recognized, standing in places I could identify from the timestamps and locations. She had no idea about me. I could tell from the way she posted, the things she wrote. She thought she was engaged to him, maybe even married by now based on some of the more recent posts about my husband this and my husband that. He'd built an entire second life with this woman. I threw up. Literally went to the bathroom at work the next day and got sick. I told my supervisor I had a migraine and went home. I locked myself in the bedroom and just sat there on the floor for hours. I couldn't even cry. The betrayal was so complete, so thorough, that I just felt empty. But the emptiness turned into something else eventually. Anger. Cold, focused anger. Daniel came home that night from a client dinner, actually whistling as he walked through the door. He kissed my forehead and asked how my day was. I smiled and said it was fine. He told me about this big deal he'd closed, going on and on about commission numbers and his boss being impressed. I nodded and acted interested and normal, because I'd already decided what I was going to do. 2 weeks before all of this, Daniel had volunteered me to help with something for his company. They had this big annual team meeting coming up, where all the regional managers and executives and sales teams from across the country got together for 3 days. He'd asked if I could put together a slideshow presentation for the opening session, something with company photos and stats to get everyone motivated. I'd agreed because I thought it would be a nice thing to do. Now it was going to be something very different. I worked on it over the next week. During my breaks at the hospital, I'd pull out my phone and add things. At home, I'd wait until Daniel fell asleep and then lock myself in the office. When he asked what I was doing, I told him I wanted the presentation to be perfect, that I was almost done. The slideshow started normal. Company milestones, sales growth charts, photos of team events. Inspirational quotes about success and teamwork. Exactly what you'd expect for a corporate meeting. Then, around the 3-minute mark, it changed. A photo of the Atlanta hotel. A scanned copy of the receipt showing it was booked for Mr. and Mrs. Carter. Screenshots of text messages between Daniel and Jessica that I'd pulled from our phone account records. Messages about missing each other and planning future trips together. Photos from her Instagram zoomed in so you could clearly see Daniel in the frame. A side-by-side comparison of our wedding photo and a photo of him with her, both of them wearing rings. I titled that section, Regional Manager of the Year, a case study in dual territory management. The presentation was set to autoplay at the opening session. I sent the final file to the event coordinator 3 days early, told her it was ready to go and not to worry about anything. Daniel never asked to review it. He trusted me completely. The meeting was on a Saturday morning. Daniel left Friday afternoon, excited and confident, talking about networking opportunities and potential promotions. I stayed home and waited. The first text came at 10:47 a.m. from Daniel, all caps, lots of profanity, asking what the hell I'd done. I didn't respond. I just turned my phone face down on the kitchen counter and made myself some coffee. My phone started ringing, over and over, Daniel's name lighting up the screen. I ignored every call. Then texts started coming from numbers I didn't recognize. Probably his co-workers or maybe even his boss. I blocked all of them. Whatever chaos was happening at that conference, I didn't want to hear about it. Not yet. Around noon, I got a call from a woman who introduced herself as someone from Daniel's HR department. She was professional, but I could hear the discomfort in her voice. She asked if I could confirm that I was the one who created and submitted the presentation for the team meeting. I said yes. She thanked me and hung up. That was it. Daniel didn't come home that night, or the next night. I didn't hear from him at all except for a few more angry texts that I didn't bother reading before deleting. On Monday morning, I called a divorce attorney. I'd already looked her up over the weekend, read reviews, made sure she had a good track record. Her name was Patricia, and she was in her 50s, sharp as hell, and didn't seem even slightly surprised by my story. I brought printed copies of everything, the receipts, the text messages, the photos, the expense reports. She looked through it all, made some notes, and told me we had more than enough for a clean divorce with a favorable settlement. I filed the papers that Wednesday. Daniel finally showed up at the house on Thursday evening. I heard his car in the driveway and watched through the window as he got out. He looked awful. Unshaven, wrinkled clothes, eyes red and puffy. He tried the front door, but I'd changed the locks the day before. He started knocking, then pounding, then yelling through the door that we needed to talk. I told him through the door that my lawyer would be in touch, and he needed to leave the property. He started yelling that I'd ruined his life, that I was cruel and vindictive, that I'd destroyed everything he'd worked for. Then he started crying, then yelling again. He went back and forth like that for maybe 20 minutes before a neighbor came out and asked if everything was okay. Daniel left after that. From what I pieced together later, through a former coworker of his who reached out to me, the slideshow had played in front of about 150 people. Regional managers, executives, sales teams, even some clients who'd been invited to the opening session. The room apparently went completely silent. Daniel tried to stop it, but the event coordinator didn't have access to the laptop controls. And by the time someone physically unplugged the equipment, the damage was already done. His boss fired him on the spot, had security escort him out of the hotel. The story spread through the company within hours, and by Monday, it was apparently circulating through their entire industry. Jessica, the other woman, reached out to me about a week after everything happened. She sent me a message on Facebook. She was devastated. She wrote this long message about how she had no idea he was married, that he'd told her he was divorced, that they'd been planning a future together. I actually felt sorry for her. She was a victim in this too, just in a different way. We talked briefly, just messages back and forth for a day or two. She'd ended things with him immediately after finding out the truth. She thanked me for exposing him, said she wished she'd known sooner. I don't know what happened to her after that. I hope she's okay. The divorce went through faster than I expected. Daniel didn't fight me on anything. He signed whatever his lawyer put in front of him, probably because he knew I had enough evidence to bury him if he tried to make things difficult. I got half of everything. The house is being sold and I'll take my share and start completely over somewhere new. People have had a lot of opinions about what I did. Daniel's mother called me crying, saying I destroyed her son's life and that I should be ashamed. A few mutual friends stopped talking to me. They said I should have handled it privately, that public humiliation was taking things too far, that I was cruel. But here's what I keep coming back to. Daniel didn't just cheat on me. He built an entire fake life. He looked me in the eye every single day and lied. He wore a wedding ring with me and a different ring with her. He introduced her as his wife. He stole years from me while playing house with someone else. So yeah, I exposed him in front of his colleagues and his boss and people he wanted to impress. I made sure everyone who respected him professionally knew exactly what kind of person he really was. Maybe that makes me vindictive. Maybe I went too far. But I'm not sure I regret it. Some days I feel like I took back control when I had none. Other days I wonder if I just let anger turn me into someone I don't recognize. I guess I'm still figuring that out. Walking in on my husband's business partner brunch made me serve him the most satisfying revenge in front of everyone. I'm a 41-year-old woman who owns a small bakery called Sweet Haven in downtown. My husband Greg, 43, works as a restaurant consultant. We've been married for 12 years, and for most of them, things were good. Solid, you know? We had our routine, our life, our plans. But about 4 months ago, something shifted. It started with the Sunday brunches. Greg suddenly needed to attend these networking meetings every single Sunday morning. He'd shower, put on cologne, the expensive kind he usually saved for special occasions, and dress like he was meeting investors. When I asked who he was meeting, he said it was a new client named Ashley, who was opening a restaurant and needed his expertise to secure funding. He made it sound professional, important. Said this deal could change everything for his consultancy. I wanted to believe him. I really did. But then the small things started adding up. He'd come home smelling like perfume that definitely wasn't mine. He started password protecting his phone. He'd smile at texts in a way that made my stomach turn. And the Sunday brunches got longer. 2 hours became 3, then 4. 3 weeks ago, I was doing laundry and found a receipt in his jacket pocket. It was from Luminaire, this upscale cafe downtown where mimosas cost $18 and the wait list is always 2 weeks long. The receipt showed 2 champagne cocktails, the truffle omelet for 2, and a bouquet of roses. 73 roses to be exact. The date was from the previous Sunday. When I confronted him that night, he barely looked up from his laptop. He said it was Ashley's birthday and that he'd told me about it. Called it good client relations. He said it like I was being paranoid, like I was the problem for questioning him. That's when I knew. You don't buy 73 roses for client relations. The following Sunday, I woke up early and baked a special batch of my lemon lavender scones, the ones Luminaire actually orders from my bakery twice a week. I called the cafe and told them I wanted to personally deliver the order that morning, as a trial for expanding our partnership. They were thrilled. I loaded up my car with pastry boxes and drove downtown. My hands were shaking the entire way. Part of me hoped I was wrong, that I'd walk in and Greg would be sitting with some 60-year-old businessman, and I'd feel stupid but relieved. I walked into Luminaire at 10:47 a.m. The Sunday brunch crowd was in full swing. Couples, families, the whole scene. And there, at a corner table by the window with the best view in the place, was Greg. He was holding hands across the table with a woman who looked about 30, blonde, wearing a dress that probably cost more than my monthly supply order. They were laughing. His thumb was stroking her hand. The way he looked at her, I hadn't seen him look at me like that in years. They both saw me at the exact same moment. Greg's face went white. The woman pulled her hand back like she'd touched a hot stove. I just stood there in the middle of the cafe, holding 2 boxes of scones, staring at my husband holding hands with another woman at the table where he'd bought her 73 roses. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I just turned around and walked out, leaving the pastry boxes on the hostess stand. I sat in my car for 20 minutes before I could even start the engine. He came home 4 hours later with this whole rehearsed speech about how it looked worse than it was, and how Ashley was going through a rough time, and he was just being supportive. He actually expected me to believe that. When I told him I wanted him to stop seeing her, he got defensive, said I was being controlling, that this deal was important for his career, that I was letting jealousy ruin a major opportunity for him. That's when something inside me just snapped. I wasn't going to be the understanding wife who pretended everything was fine. I wasn't going to quietly accept his excuses while he continued making a fool out of me. If Greg wanted to play games with my trust and my life, then I was going to make sure he understood exactly what he'd lose. Here's what Greg didn't know. When he started working with Ashley, he'd been using my business connections to impress her. He'd bring her to industry events and introduce me as his partner, implying that my bakery was part of his consulting portfolio. He'd use my relationships with restaurant owners, my reputation in the local food scene, to make himself look more established than he actually was. His consultancy was basically just him and a laptop, but with me next to him, he looked like he ran an empire. I found out because 3 different people asked me about our restaurant group over the past 2 months. At first I thought they were confused, but then I started putting it together. Greg had been telling people we were business partners, that Sweet Haven was the first of several ventures we were planning. He'd literally built his professional image on my back while screwing someone else. The annual Metro Food Expo was coming up in 3 weeks. It's the biggest industry event in our city. Every restaurant owner, supplier, chef, and consultant attends. Greg had mentioned he was planning to have a booth there for his consultancy. He wanted to use it to pitch potential clients, network, make connections. It was supposed to be his big professional moment. I've had a vendor booth at the expo for 5 years. Sweet Haven is well known there. So I went to the event coordinator, someone I've worked with for years, and told her I wanted to expand my booth space this year. I said I was bringing on a featured partner to showcase collaboration in the local food industry. I submitted Greg's name and photo for the promotional materials. She thought it was sweet that I was supporting my husband's business. For the next 3 weeks, I collected everything. I went through old phone bills and highlighted every call to Ashley's number. Hundreds of them, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. I found credit card statements showing dinners at expensive restaurants on nights he'd told me he was working late. I created a timeline of every Sunday brunch, every business meeting, every late night. I also hired someone to take photos. I know how that sounds, but I needed proof that couldn't be denied. The photographer caught them at Lumineer the following Sunday, holding hands again. Another shot of them walking to his car, his arm around her waist. One of them kissing in the parking garage. Greg had no idea what was coming. He was excited about the expo, kept talking about his booth setup, his pitch, the clients he was planning to approach. He'd even bought a new suit. The night before the expo, I stayed up until 3 a.m. at a print shop. I had everything blown up poster size, the phone records, the credit card statements, the timeline, the photos. I designed them to look professional, clean, like an infographic. At the top, in large letters, the real story behind Greg Morrison Consulting. The morning of the expo, I got there 2 hours early to set up. My booth was in premium placement, right near the main entrance where everyone had to walk past. I set up my usual bakery display on one side, and on the other, I created a wall of evidence. Every poster, every receipt, every photo of Greg and Ashley. In the center, I put a blown-up image of Greg from his consulting website with text underneath. Our brand's biggest mistake: trust. I added one more touch. Printed copies of text messages where Greg told Ashley that he was planning to leave me once the bakery sale went through, a sale I knew nothing about. He'd apparently been planning to convince me to sell Sweet Haven, take half the money, and start a new life with her. The expo opened at 9 a.m. Greg's booth was 3 rows behind mine. I watched him arrive at 8:45, confident and smiling in his new suit. He was walking toward his booth when someone stopped him and pointed toward my display. I saw his face from across the hall. He went from confused to horrified in about 3 seconds. He started walking toward me, fast, but people were already gathering around my booth. A crowd had formed. People were taking pictures. I saw at least a dozen phones pointed at the wall of evidence. He finally pushed through to me and asked what the hell I'd done. His face was red, his voice shaking. I told him I was just featuring our partnership, just like he'd been featuring my business to impress his girlfriend. He tried to take the posters down, but I'd secured them well. Security came over, but since it was my booth and my paid space, there was nothing they could do. The event coordinator tried to mediate, but once she understood what the display was showing, she actually seemed sympathetic to me. The real damage happened fast. Greg's booth stayed empty all day. He left within an hour. But word spread through the expo like wildfire. By lunchtime, I'd had 4 of his current clients stop by to ask me what happened. I told them the truth. 3 of them terminated their contracts with him that week. His professional reputation in our city is basically destroyed. The local restaurant association actually removed him from their consultant directory. Ashley apparently wanted nothing to do with him once everything went public. Turns out she didn't know he was married. She thought I was a business partner who'd had a falling out with him. Greg moved out that night after the expo. He stayed with his brother for 2 weeks, then got an apartment across town. He's threatened to sue me for defamation, but his lawyer apparently told him that truth is an absolute defense, and he'd just be drawing more attention to it. The divorce papers were filed 3 days ago. He wants half of Sweet Haven's value. My lawyer is arguing that since he used my business to facilitate his affair and damaged my professional reputation by association, he's not entitled to anything. We'll see how that goes. Here's the thing nobody talks about. The weekend of the expo was the best sales weekend Sweet Haven has ever had. The story got picked up by local food bloggers, and suddenly, everyone wanted to support that bakery owner who exposed her cheating husband. My revenue literally doubled. I've had to hire 2 new employees just to keep up with orders. Some people have told me I went too far, that I should have handled it privately, that destroying his career was cruel. His mother called me vindictive. A few mutual friends have stopped talking to me, saying I was out of line for making it so public. But others have reached out to say they wish they'd had the courage to do the same thing when they were betrayed. I've gotten emails from women telling me their own stories, thanking me for not staying quiet. One woman even said she left her own cheating husband after hearing about what I did. I don't feel guilty. Maybe I should, but I don't. Greg used my business, my reputation, and my connections as props for his affair. He was planning to take half of everything I'd built and walk away with someone else. He made me look like a fool in front of our entire professional community. The part that still gets me is the text messages I found about selling the bakery. He'd been telling Ashley about their future together, about how they'd travel once he convinced me to sell. He had this whole timeline planned out. 6 months to get me to agree to the sale, another 3 months to close, and then he'd file for divorce and take his half. He'd actually calculated how much money he'd walk away with. Sweet Haven isn't just a business to me. It's 12 years of waking up at 4 a.m., of perfecting recipes, of building relationships with suppliers and customers. It's every risk I took, every loan I paid back, every health inspection I stressed over, and he was going to treat it like a bank account to fund his new life. So I made sure everyone knew exactly what kind of partner he really was, in business and in marriage. Last week, I ran into one of Greg's former clients at a supplier meeting. He told me Greg had reached out trying to get his contract back, offering a discount. The guy laughed and said he'd never work with someone that dishonest again. Said if Greg could lie to his wife like that, he could lie to clients too. That's the thing Greg didn't understand. In our industry, reputation is everything. People do business with people they trust. And I didn't destroy his career. He did that himself, the moment he decided to use my name and my business to impress another woman, while lying to everyone around him. I'm not sure what happens next. The divorce will probably get messy. His lawyer might find some angle I haven't thought of. But right now, I'm focused on Sweet Haven and the future I'm building without him. Some nights I still think about that moment in Luminaire, when our eyes met across the cafe. The look on his face when he realized he'd been caught. Part of me wonders if things could have gone differently if he'd just been honest from the start. But then I remember those text messages about selling my bakery, and I know exactly why I did what I did. Walking in on my fiancé's business dinner made me serve him the coldest revenge he never saw coming. I'm 29 and work in marketing at a mid-sized agency downtown. My fiancé Jake, 31, is a financial consultant who travels constantly for work. We'd been together for 3 years, engaged for 8 months, and had our wedding planned for the following spring. Everything seemed fine until it wasn't. About 6 weeks before everything fell apart, Jake started acting different. Nothing dramatic at first, just small things that added up. He'd come home from work trips and head straight to the shower before even saying hello properly. His phone became glued to his hand, always face down on whatever surface he put it on. When I'd ask about his day, he'd give me these vague, rehearsed answers that felt like he was reading from a script he'd prepared on the drive home. The constant texts throughout the day that I'd gotten used to slowed down to almost nothing. I tried telling myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was wedding stress. Maybe he was just dealing with a demanding client. But you know that feeling in your gut when something's wrong? It kept getting louder, and I kept trying to ignore it because acknowledging it meant dealing with whatever was actually happening. Then came that Friday night in early September. Jake told me that morning he had a late business dinner with a new client at Marcel's, this upscale French place downtown that he usually saved for impressing important people. He said he'd be home late, told me not to wait up. I said fine, told him I'd probably just order Thai food and watch something on Netflix. Around 8:30 that night, I was halfway through my pad thai when my phone buzzed. It was my friend Sarah, who works as a hostess at Marcel's. Her text was short and to the point. Isn't Jake supposed to be at a business dinner right now? My stomach dropped. I typed back, asking why she was asking. He just walked in, with a woman. They're holding hands. I stared at that message for a full minute. My first thought wasn't even anger. It was this weird clarity, like everything from the past 6 weeks suddenly made sense. I asked Sarah if she could send me a photo without being obvious about it. 30 seconds later, my phone lit up with an image that confirmed everything I'd been trying not to think about. There was Jake, wearing the navy suit I'd helped him pick out last month because he said it made him look professional. He was sitting across from a blonde woman I'd never seen before. His hand was covering hers on the table, and they were both smiling at each other in that way that made it very clear this wasn't a business dinner. This was a date. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just sat there, on our couch, in the apartment we'd been sharing for 2 years, and felt something cold settle into my chest. Sarah texted again, asking if I wanted her to spill something on him, that she was so sorry. I told her no, don't do anything, that I needed to think. The thing is, I could have driven down there right then. I could have walked into that restaurant and made a scene, thrown wine in his face, done the whole dramatic confrontation in front of everyone. But something stopped me. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was the part of my brain that was already calculating, already thinking 3 steps ahead. Instead, I started replaying everything in my head. All those late nights, the immediate showers when he got home, the phone obsession, how he'd been weird about his laptop lately, always closing it quickly when I walked into the room. And then I remembered something from a few months back that I'd completely forgotten about. We'd been setting up a shared banking app for wedding expenses, and Jake had gotten frustrated trying to remember his password. He'd laughed it off and said he should just tell me, since he used the same password for everything, because it was easier. He'd written it down on a post-it note that night. I remembered thinking it was careless, but I'd stuck it in my desk drawer and then forgot all about it. I got up from the couch, went to my desk, and found that post-it note still sitting there under some old receipts. The next morning, Jake came home around 11 a.m. I was sitting at the kitchen table with my coffee, looking completely normal. He kissed my forehead like nothing was wrong and said the dinner ran late, so he crashed at his buddy Mark's place downtown. I nodded, asked how the client meeting went. He launched into this boring story about portfolio diversification and investment strategies. I just smiled and drank my coffee and let him talk. He said he needed to shower and clean up. The second I heard the water running, I grabbed his laptop from his work bag. The password worked on the first try. I went straight to his messages, expecting to find maybe a few flirty texts, something I could screenshot and save as evidence. What I found was so much worse than I'd imagined. Months of messages with someone named Rebecca. She worked at his firm in a different department. The messages went back almost 5 months, which meant this started right around the time we'd sent out our engagement announcement to everyone. There were good morning texts every single day. Inside jokes. Photos of them together at what looked like work events. She'd sent him pictures of herself that were definitely not work appropriate. He'd told her he loved her multiple times. But the message that made my hands actually shake was from 3 weeks ago. Jake had sent her a photo of a diamond ring with the caption talking about how he couldn't wait to give it to her after he called off the wedding. He just needed to figure out the timing so it didn't look bad. I sat there staring at that message while I could hear him singing in the shower. He was actually singing some song I didn't recognize, probably something she'd introduced him to. That cold feeling in my chest from the night before turned into something else, something sharp and focused and clear. I spent the next 3 hours going through everything and screenshotting it all. Every message, every photo, every time he told her he loved her while he was wearing the engagement ring I'd picked out with him. I uploaded everything to a private cloud folder, then carefully closed all the windows and put his laptop back exactly as I'd found it. Jake came out of the bathroom in his towel asking what I wanted for lunch. I told him I wasn't hungry, that I had some work emails to catch up on. He shrugged and ordered himself a sandwich from the place down the street. I spent the rest of that weekend acting completely normal. We watched TV on the couch. We went to dinner with my parents on Sunday, and Jake held my hand across the table while my dad talked about how excited he was to walk me down the aisle in the spring. I smiled through all of it and made small talk and pretended everything was fine. Monday morning, I called our wedding venue. The deposit was in both our names, but I was listed as the primary contact since I'd been handling most of the planning. I explained that we needed to make some changes to the payment structure for tax purposes and asked if everything could be transferred to just my name. They said sure, no problem, and sent over the paperwork. I signed it and sent it back within an hour. Then I called every single vendor we'd booked. The photographer, the florist, the caterer, the DJ, the cake person. Same story with all of them. I said we needed to update the payment information, just a formality for tax reasons. By Wednesday afternoon, every single contract for our wedding was in my name only. Jake had no access to any of it. Thursday morning, I started sending cancellation notices to everyone. I had to take the hit on some of the deposits, but most of the vendors were understanding enough to refund the majority of what we'd paid. By Friday, I had about $18,000 back in my account. Jake had no idea any of this was happening. He was traveling that week for actual work in Boston, texting me about his meetings, saying he missed me, asking what I wanted to do when he got back. I responded to everything normally, kept up the act. Saturday morning, I booked myself a 3-week trip to Greece, solo. Flights, hotels, a couple of island tours, everything. Then I sat down at my computer and designed a card. It looked exactly like a wedding announcement. Elegant script, nice border, our names at the top in that font we'd spent forever choosing. But instead of wedding details and venue information, the card featured a carefully selected collection of screenshots. Jake's messages to Rebecca, the photo of the ring he was planning to give her, a text where he'd called me a means to an end because I had a higher salary and better credit score than he did. I printed 50 copies and mailed them to everyone on our wedding guest list. Both of our families, all our friends, his co-workers, my co-workers. Everyone who was supposed to celebrate our marriage got to see exactly why there wouldn't be one. I left for the airport Monday morning. Jake was supposed to come back from Boston that evening. I packed everything that mattered to me over the weekend while he was still gone, and I'd already arranged for a moving company to come get the rest of my stuff the following week. I left my engagement ring on the kitchen counter, next to a note that just said to check his mailbox. And hers. My phone started blowing up somewhere over the Atlantic. First Jake's calls, then his texts, then his mother, his father, his sister. Rebecca even tried to message me on Instagram. I turned my phone to airplane mode and didn't turn it back on until I landed in Athens. When I finally checked my messages hours later, there were over 200. Jake's messages ranged from apologetic to angry to desperate. His family was horrified. His mother left a voicemail crying about how humiliated she was at church when people started asking questions. My own mother called me a genius. My dad left a voicemail that just said he was proud of me. Apparently the cards arrived on Tuesday. Jake's boss received one at the office, so did Rebecca. From what I gathered through friends who were texting me updates like they were covering a sporting event, Rebecca got fired that same day. Jake didn't lose his job, but his reputation at the firm was completely destroyed. Nobody wanted to work with the guy who'd been exposed as a cheater in the most public way possible. Jake kept trying to reach me. He sent me dozens of emails. He tried to get mutual friends to talk to me on his behalf. He even contacted my brother, begging him to tell me that he could explain everything, that it wasn't what it looked like, that we could work through this if I just gave him a chance. My brother told him to lose his number. From a cafe in Santorini, I blocked Jake's number completely. I spent 3 weeks in Greece doing exactly what I wanted. I swam in the Aegean Sea. I ate at small restaurants where I couldn't read the menu and just pointed at things. I watched sunsets from different islands and cried a few times, but not about Jake. Somewhere between Athens and Crete, I realized I wasn't mourning him at all. I was mourning the future I'd imagined, the person I'd thought he was. The actual man didn't deserve my tears. When I got back home, I moved into a new apartment. It was smaller than the place Jake and I had shared, but it was completely mine. Jake had apparently moved back in with his parents after our landlord informed him he had 30 days to find a new place. Turns out I'd been the only one on the lease. Another thing he didn't know. I'd also quietly taken my name off our joint accounts a few weeks earlier and moved all my money to a new bank. He had no access to anything. It's been 4 months now since everything happened. Jake sent me one final email last week. It was long, several paragraphs full of apologies and explanations. He said Rebecca meant nothing, that he'd panicked about commitment, that he'd made the biggest mistake of his life. Then the email shifted, and he said that exposing him the way I did was cruel and vindictive, that I destroyed his reputation and his career over one mistake. He said I could have just left quietly, but instead I chose to humiliate him. I deleted it without finishing it. My friends are completely split on what I did. Some of them think I'm a hero, that Jake got exactly what he deserved. Others think I went too far, that I should have just broken up with him and left quietly, instead of humiliating him in front of everyone we knew. My mom says he deserved everything he got, and worse. My brother thinks I should have confronted Jake first, given him a chance to confess before I went nuclear. Honestly, I don't know anymore. Some days I feel completely justified. He was planning to use me, waste my time, probably my money too, and then dump me for someone else. Other days I wonder if I'm actually the villain here. I exposed him to everyone in our lives. His relationship with his family is damaged. His career took a hit. Rebecca lost her job entirely, all because he cheated, and I decided to make sure everyone knew about it. I'm still not sure if what I did was right, or if I took it too far. I guess I'm putting this out there to see what people think, because I genuinely don't know if I made the right choice, or if I let my anger turn me into someone I'm not supposed to be. When my girlfriend's study sessions became suspicious, I turned her final exam into her biggest humiliation. I'm a 24-year-old computer science major. My girlfriend Lila, 23, was studying education and constantly had these late-night group study sessions on campus. We shared an off-campus apartment, and for the first few months, everything seemed completely normal. She was hardworking, ambitious, always talking about her future teaching career. I was proud of her dedication, honestly. But things started changing around 3 months before everything fell apart. Small things at first. She'd put on makeup before heading to the library at 9 p.m., started wearing her nicer clothes to study sessions. Her phone was always face down, always on silent. When I'd try to be affectionate, she'd pull away, claiming she was exhausted from all the studying. Our sex life basically disappeared. She'd come home at midnight or later, jump straight in the shower, then pass out. I told myself I was being paranoid. She was stressed about her program. Education majors had a lot of group work. It made sense, but the distance kept growing. When I'd ask about her day, her answers got vague. If I asked specific questions about her projects, she'd snap at me that I wouldn't understand the coursework anyway. Then one night she came home at 2 a.m., smelling like cologne. Not her perfume. Cologne. She claimed one of her study group members had borrowed her jacket and it must have transferred. I didn't push it, but I couldn't sleep that night. 3 weeks before finals, one of her classmates stopped by the apartment to drop off some notes. Nice girl, seemed normal. As she was leaving, she called out, "See you tomorrow, Lily." Lila's entire face went white. After the girl left, I asked about the nickname. Lila laughed it off, said it was just a stupid inside joke from class, nothing important. But the way she said it felt wrong. 2 weeks before her final presentation, everything came crashing down. It was a regular Tuesday evening. Lila had just gotten home from class and left her laptop open on the desk while she went to shower. I walked past it to grab my charger and saw a notification pop up on the screen. Just a preview, but enough to see flirty content from someone labeled MR. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, having a full internal war with myself. I'm not the type to snoop. I trusted her. But my gut was screaming at me that something was wrong. I could hear the shower running. I opened the laptop. There was a hidden chat folder, actually labeled Study Group, like she thought she was being clever. It was password protected, but she'd used her birthday because apparently she wasn't that careful after all. What I found made me physically sick. Dozens of explicit messages dating back 4 months. photos of her with some guy in what looked like an office. His name was Marcus Reed, and based on the conversations, he was a teaching assistant in her department. The same TA who graded her projects. They'd been meeting in his office after hours, sneaking around, the whole thing. The messages were detailed. Plans to meet up, complaints about me being clingy, sexts that made my stomach turn. But the worst part was this one message from her. Can't wait until graduation, then we won't have to hide. Like I was just a placeholder until she could move on with her life. There were photos too, ones she'd sent him that she'd never sent me. I scrolled back through months of lies while I'd been cooking her dinner, paying more than my share of rent, supporting her dreams. I heard the shower turn off. I closed everything exactly how I'd found it and sat down on the couch. My hands were shaking, but I kept my face neutral. Lila came out in her towel, hair wet, smiling and asking what I wanted for dinner, like absolutely nothing was wrong. I played along, suggested pizza, acted completely normal while my brain was spinning. Because I just remembered something. Her final presentation was in 2 weeks. The big one, worth 40% of her grade. Open to faculty and students, a public event, and I already knew exactly what I was going to do. That night I barely slept. Lila curled up next to me like everything was perfect, and I just lay there staring at the ceiling, cycling through every emotion possible. Heartbreak, rage, humiliation. The fact that she could lie to my face for months while I was paying rent and being the supportive boyfriend made me want to scream. By morning, I'd made my decision. I wasn't going to just leave quietly or have some private confrontation where she'd cry and make excuses. I wanted her to feel the same public shame I'd feel when people inevitably found out I'd been played for months, and that presentation kept coming back to me. Faculty would be there, students, even some administration. It was her biggest moment of the semester. I'll admit, I wrestled with whether I was going too far. But then I'd think about her using Marcus for grades, which is straight-up academic dishonesty. I'd think about the messages where she called me clingy, the ones where they laughed about sneaking around, the fact that she was planning to dump me after graduation anyway. The rage always won. Over the next week, I acted completely normal. She had no clue I knew anything. She'd come home from her study sessions, and I'd ask how they went. She'd complain about how stressed she was about the presentation. Meanwhile, I was watching her every move. She backed everything up to our shared cloud drive, which meant I had access to her presentation file. I'd watch her work on it, perfecting every slide, and feel sick. She even practiced the whole thing in front of me, asked for my feedback, thanked me for being so supportive. I smiled and gave her suggestions while planning her destruction. 1 week before the presentation, she went to another study session. I checked her location sharing, which she'd never turned off. She was at an apartment complex across town. Definitely Marcus's place. While she was gone, I downloaded her presentation from the cloud and got to work. I spent hours creating the replacement. Screenshots of their messages, arranged chronologically. The explicit photos, censored but obvious enough. A timeline showing when they started hooking up versus when her grades mysteriously improved. I made it look professional, almost like an investigation report. The title slide read, "The Real Group Study Project, a case study in academic dishonesty." The next few days were surreal. Lila was stressed, snapping at me over small things. I just kept being the supportive boyfriend. She had no idea I'd gone completely cold inside. During dinner one night, her phone lit up with a text from Marcus. She grabbed it quick, claimed it was just the group chat about the presentation. I nodded and kept eating. The day before, she did her final practice run. She was confident, excited even, kept talking about how important professors would be there and how this could really boost her academic standing. I confirmed all the details. 2 p.m. in the education building. Her laptop would be plugged directly into the projector. The morning of, she was nervous but happy. I made her breakfast, told her good luck, played the part perfectly. She kissed me goodbye and said she couldn't have done any of this without me. Those words made me want to throw up, but I just smiled. After she left, I grabbed the USB drive with my version of her presentation and headed to campus. I got there around 1:30 and scoped out the room. Projector setup, podium, rows of seats already filling with people. Lila arrived early to set everything up with tech support. I watched from the hallway as she tested her slides. Everything was still her real presentation. At 1:50, she stepped out to use the bathroom. The room was packed by then with students and faculty. I saw Marcus in the back row looking smug. While she was gone, I slipped in during the chaos of people settling into seats. Her laptop was right there, unlocked, presentation already loaded and ready to go. My hands were steady as I closed it, plugged in my USB, and copied my file over hers. Same file name, same location. She'd never notice until it was too late. I pulled the USB out, left everything exactly as it was, and took a seat in the middle of the room. My heart was pounding, but my face was calm. At 2 p.m., the presentation started. Lila walked up to the podium with that confident smile, gave her opening remarks about educational theory, and clicked to the first slide. The room went completely silent. Her face froze as my title slide appeared on the screen behind her. She stood there confused for maybe 3 seconds before clicking forward, probably thinking it was a technical glitch. The next slide showed a timeline of her messages with Marcus. I watched the color drain from her face. She tried clicking back, but there was nowhere to go. Another click forward brought up screenshots of their explicit texts. The audience started murmuring. Lila was frantically trying to close the presentation, but her hands were shaking so bad she couldn't navigate. The slides kept auto-advancing. Photos of them together. Her grades timeline showing the suspicious improvements. Messages where she complained about me. Faculty members started standing up. I saw Marcus try to slip out, but people were blocking the door. Her advisor looked absolutely shocked. Some students had their phones out, recording. When she finally managed to close the laptop, the room exploded in whispers and a few people laughing. She looked directly at me. Our eyes met across the room. I stood up and walked out without saying a word. Behind me, I could hear her crying as the door closed. I went straight to the parking lot. My hands were shaking with adrenaline, but I felt weirdly calm. Drove back to the apartment and started packing my essentials before she could get home. No regret yet, just numbness and this cold satisfaction. The calls started about an hour later. 47 missed calls in 2 hours. Texts ranging from angry to desperate. How could you? You ruined my life. Please let me explain. I blocked her number and kept packing. It was weird realizing how little of our shared stuff I actually cared about. That evening, my friend from my CS program texted me asking what happened. Apparently, students had posted clips online and it was spreading through campus fast. He said the university's Title IX office was already investigating both Lila and Marcus. I felt vindicated, but also just empty. 3 days later, I was staying with that same friend when Lila showed up at his apartment. No idea how she found out where I was. She looked terrible. Hadn't slept, eyes all red from crying. She stood in the doorway begging for forgiveness. Said it meant nothing, that Marcus took advantage of her, that she was going to end it anyway. I finally spoke. Told her she was planning to leave me after graduation anyway, and I just moved up the timeline. She broke down and admitted it was true. I closed the door. Campus gossip filled in the rest over the next week. Marcus got fired and might lose his teaching credentials entirely. Lila failed the course automatically, got a 0 on the presentation. She was under academic review for grade manipulation, and they were investigating her other courses too. She withdrew from the university temporarily, but everyone knew she wasn't coming back. 2 weeks later, I found my own apartment. Smaller, but actually mine. That's when everything I'd done really hit me. I thought I'd feel victorious, but instead I just felt hollow. I kept seeing her face when those slides appeared, the genuine terror in her eyes. But then I'd remember the months of lies and manipulation, and I'd push the guilt away. A month after everything, a mutual friend reached out. Said Lila had moved back to her parents' house 3 states away.
She was working retail, apparently completely broken by the whole scandal. The friend implied I'd been cruel, that I destroyed her entire future. I almost felt guilty until I remembered the hidden photos and messages. I told him she destroyed it herself, and I just held up a mirror. Now I'm sitting alone in this apartment, looking at old photos of us on my phone. Her smiling, looking innocent, like she was actually happy. I don't know who the real Lila was, the girl I loved, or the girl who betrayed me. I'll never know. I deleted all the photos. The university changed their policies about TA-student relationships after this. I graduated on time with my CS degree. Haven't seriously dated anyone since because the trust issues are real. Sometimes I still see reaction videos to the incident circulating online. Each time I feel both shame and defiance at the same time. Was I wrong for making her public embarrassment match the private betrayal she put me through? Or did she deserve it, for using both me and her position to cheat her way forward? Some days I think I was completely justified. Other days I wonder if I became the villain in my own story. I exposed her lies, but I also destroyed her future. She cheated and manipulated, but I humiliated her in front of everyone she knew. People online are split. Some call me a legend, others say I was abusive and controlling. Her family tried to press charges, but nothing illegal happened. I just showed the truth. But was the truth worth the cost? I'll never have an answer. And neither will she. When my wife said her business trips were for our future, I followed her and destroyed the life she built behind my back. I'm 42, and I run a small IT company. My wife Claire is 39 and works in sales. We've been married for 12 years. I thought things were fine between us. Not perfect, but stable. The kind of marriage where you settle into routines and trust that the other person has your back. Claire's job always involved travel, client meetings here and there, maybe a conference every few months, nothing that raised any red flags. But about 6 months ago, things started changing. The trips became more frequent. She'd be gone 2 or 3 nights a week sometimes. When she came home, she seemed distant, tired. She'd go straight to her phone and start texting, smiling at the screen in a way that made my stomach turn. I asked her about it once. She told me it was work stuff and that I wouldn't understand how demanding her job had become. That was her favorite line. You wouldn't understand. Like I was too dense to comprehend the complexities of sales. When I pushed back, she got defensive and accused me of not supporting her career. So I backed off. The thing is, I wanted to trust her. We'd built a life together. I gave her access to everything. My company benefits, our joint savings, all of it. That's what you do when you're married, right? You share everything because you're a team. Then came the iPad incident. We had this shared iPad we used around the house. Nothing special, just something for recipes and watching shows.
About 3 weeks ago, I was sitting on the couch when it pinged with a message notification. Claire was in the shower. The preview showed up right on the lock screen. Can't wait to see you Thursday. Same hotel? There was a kissing emoji at the end. The sender was saved as David, boss. Here's the thing. I knew her boss. His name was Michael. He was this 60-year-old guy who wouldn't stop talking about his grandkids whenever I saw him at company events. This wasn't him. I didn't open the message. I just sat there staring at the screen until it went dark. When Claire came out asking what I wanted for dinner, I said pizza and acted like nothing happened. But I was already planning my next move. She had a 3-day trip coming up that Thursday. She'd been talking about it for weeks, some important sales conference 2 states over. She even showed me the conference website once, which I realize now was just her covering her tracks. She told me she wished I could come but knew I was too busy with work. I agreed and said I couldn't leave the office because of a server migration project we had going on. She looked relieved when I said that. The Monday before her trip, I told my assistant I'd be working remotely for a few days. Then I booked a flight on the same airline, same departure time, just a different seat. I packed light. This wasn't about confrontation yet. This was about getting proof. Thursday morning at 5 a.m., she kissed me goodbye and told me she loved me. I said it back. Then I left for the airport an hour after she did. I saw her at the gate, sitting there scrolling through her phone with this smile on her face. She looked excited. Happy even. She ordered a gin and tonic on the flight. She never drinks on flights. I sat 3 rows back with my hoodie up, watching her the entire time. When we landed, I followed her. She didn't take any shuttle to a conference center. She got in an Uber and went straight to this boutique hotel downtown. I took a cab and got there a few minutes after her. I didn't go inside right away. I sat at a coffee shop across the street for about an hour, trying to convince myself there was some logical explanation. Maybe the conference was being held at the hotel. Maybe David was a colleague and they were just meeting up to prep for presentations. Then I saw them. Claire walked out to the pool area wearing a sundress I'd never seen before. He was already there waiting for her. Mid-40s, fit, wearing an expensive watch. They hugged like they'd known each other forever. He put his hand on her thigh immediately after she sat down. They talked for maybe 10 minutes. Then he leaned over and kissed her. A real kiss, not some quick peck. She smiled at him afterward. That same smile she used to give me. I took out my phone and started taking photos. I must have taken 50 of them from different angles. Then I went back to my hotel room and threw up. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat in my hotel room staring at the photos on my phone, trying to figure out what to do next. Part of me wanted to kick down their door and beat the hell out of him. But that wouldn't solve anything. It would just make me feel better for 5 minutes, and then I'd be the one facing charges. I needed to be smart about this. The next morning, I followed them to breakfast. They went to some cafe with outdoor seating. I watched them feed each other pieces of croissant and laugh like they were the only 2 people in the world. I took more photos. Then I did something I hadn't planned on doing. I walked right up to their table. I asked the guy if he knew what time the conference center opened. He looked confused and said he didn't know what I was talking about. I told him I was there for the sales conference too. That's when Claire's face went completely white. She actually gasped. The guy looked back and forth between us, starting to understand. He asked who I was. I told him I was her husband. Then I pulled out my phone and showed him one of the photos from the day before. I told him I had about 50 more just like it. I said he was going to tell me his full name and where he worked, and then I was going to leave and let them figure out how they wanted this to end. Claire started crying and begging me to let her explain. I ignored her. The guy told me his name was David Morrison and that he worked at Hendrick Financial. I asked if he was married. He hesitated but said yes. I asked if he had kids.
he said 2. I told Claire I'd see her at home whenever she decided to come back. Then I got in a cab before she could follow me. She called me 17 times on the way to the airport. I didn't answer a single call. On the flight home, I started planning everything out. I wasn't going to be the destroyed husband who fell apart and got walked all over. I was going to make sure she understood exactly what she'd thrown away. First thing I did was call my lawyer from the airport. I sent him all the photos and explained the situation. He told me to document everything and avoid making any major financial moves until we met. But I'd already made up my mind about that part. I transferred $87,000 from our joint savings into my personal account before I even got home. Most of it was money from my business anyway. She just had access to it because we were married. Not anymore. Then I called my accountant. Claire was on my company's health insurance. She had a company credit card I'd given her for business expenses that she probably used to wine and dine David. All of that got canceled within 48 hours. She came home 2 days later on Saturday morning. I was making coffee when she walked in looking like hell. Eyes swollen, hair a mess. She said we needed to talk. I said okay. She started with the usual script about making a terrible mistake and how it didn't mean anything. I asked her how long it had been going on. She said 6 months. 6 months of lying to my face. 6 months of fake business trips and secret phone calls and coming home smelling like hotel soap while I trusted her completely. I asked if she loved him. She said no, that she loved me, that it was just exciting and new and she felt lost. I told her to save it because I didn't care about her reasons. She asked what I was going to do. I told her I was going to make sure she faced real consequences. Then I went to my office and shut the door. The next 3 weeks were different. I became someone I didn't recognize. Cold, methodical. I documented everything I could find. Hotel receipts she'd hidden in her car. Dinners at expensive restaurants. Even a weekend trip to wine country that she'd told me was a team-building retreat. I pulled our phone records and highlighted every call and text to David's number. That's when I discovered something interesting. David wasn't her boss. He wasn't even a colleague. He was a client. A married client whose company did business with her firm. That's when I knew exactly how to handle this. I put together a complete file. Photos, receipts, phone records, everything. I wrote a professional email explaining that I felt obligated to inform them about a relationship between their employee and a client that violated professional ethics. I sent it to her actual boss, Michael, and copied HR. Then I sent a similar package to David's wife with my phone number included in case she had questions. That was 3 days ago. Claire got fired within 48 hours. Michael called her Tuesday morning and terminated her for ethical violations and misrepresenting business expenses. She came home screaming at me about how I'd ruined her career and destroyed everything. I barely looked up from my laptop. I told her she did this to herself, and I just made sure the right people knew about it. She asked what she was supposed to do now. I told her I didn't know and suggested maybe David could help her out. She said she couldn't talk to him anymore because his wife knew everything and was divorcing him. I didn't say anything to that. Just kept working on my laptop like she wasn't even there. That evening, while she was locked in the bedroom crying, I made myself dinner. Chicken and rice. I ate slowly and realized I wasn't feeling anything. No anger, no sadness. Just nothing. That emptiness scared me more than anything else that had happened. She came downstairs around 9 p.m. with her face all blotchy and swollen. She asked if we could talk about this like adults. I said sure. She sat across from me and went into this whole speech about how she knew she messed up and hurt me, but we'd been together for 12 years and built a life together, and didn't that count for something? I told her it used to count for something. She said she wanted to fix things and would do anything. Therapy, counseling, whatever I needed. That's when I pulled out the envelope I'd been carrying around for 2 days.
I slid it across the table. Divorce papers. I told her I'd already signed my part, and her signature went on page 7. She stared at them like they weren't real. Asked if I was serious. I said completely serious. She started talking about how we could work through this and people make mistakes and we could rebuild. I told her I didn't want to rebuild anything. I just wanted her to sign the papers. She threw them at me and called me a cold, heartless bastard, said I didn't even try to fight for us and just went straight to destroying her entire life. I told her she ruined her own life and I just made sure she couldn't hide it anymore. She said I'd regret it eventually and realize I overreacted. I said maybe, but I doubted it. That was 4 days ago. Since then, she's been staying with her sister. Her sister keeps calling me, saying I'm being unreasonable and that everyone deserves forgiveness, that I'm throwing away 12 years over one bad decision, like it was just a single moment of weakness and not 6 months of calculated lying. Yesterday, Claire showed up at my office. My assistant tried to stop her, but she pushed right past and came to my door. She looked thinner, more tired. Broken, honestly. She begged me to give her another chance, said she'd spend the rest of her life making it up to me, that she was lost and confused but still loved me, and that had to count for something. I looked at her standing there crying and desperate and felt absolutely nothing. I told her no. She said she had nowhere to go, no job, no savings because I took everything. I corrected her and said I took what was mine, that she had her sister. She said her sister couldn't support her forever, and she had bills and responsibilities. I told her that wasn't my problem anymore. She just stared at me for a minute. Then she asked what happened to me. Said I used to be kind and caring. I told her I still was kind, just not to people who lie to me for 6 months straight. She left after that, without saying anything else. Now I'm here, wondering if maybe I went too far. She lost her job, her marriage, her financial stability. David lost his marriage too. His kids are probably devastated. I started this chain reaction that destroyed multiple lives. But then I think about those photos on my phone. Her smiling at him by the pool, kissing him, coming home and lying straight to my face with zero guilt. And I think maybe I didn't go far enough. She still texts me every day, long messages about how she was going through something, how she felt unappreciated in our marriage, how the affair made her feel alive in ways we hadn't been in years. She says she wants counseling and will prove she's changed, that I'm the love of her life and she just got confused. Sometimes I wonder if I should believe her, if I'm throwing away something that could be saved just out of pride and revenge, if, in a year, I'll regret burning everything down so completely. But mostly, I just feel tired. She's begging for forgiveness and saying she deserves another chance. After everything I did to make sure she faced consequences for what she did, I feel nothing when I look at her. No anger, no love, no pity, just emptiness. And I don't know if that makes me cold, or if it just means there's nothing left to save.